Ladies and gentlemen, Jennifer Baker.
Good morning and thank you, and you are very welcome to day 2 of the EIT Education and Skills Days, and a very warm welcome to those of you joining us online as well from across Europe. Yesterday we kicked off with a very inspiring and engaging day. We started with some words from the Commissioner to really set the scene for the discussions over the 2 days, and one of the key words of course was collaboration. We heard about the EIT Skills Academy as well as the EIT Deep Tech Talent Initiative, and of course a lot of that was founded on the need for skills. This morning, we are going to hear about the very important topic of women and girls in STEM. So that is going to be our focus right up until lunchtime. As you just heard, my name is Jennifer Baker. I will be your MC today, guiding you through what is a very packed agenda. There will be panel discussions, there will be award ceremonies, a few surprises along the way, and some great keynote speakers. This afternoon, we are also going to hear about the EIT Higher Education Initiative. But to kick things off for this morning and to tell us more about the Girls Go STEM target of training 100,000 girls in STEM, please welcome to the stage Anna Linden, EIT Governing Board Member.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and most importantly, dear students. Wow, it's incredible to see so many bright, curious minds gathered here today. This is where the future begins. On behalf of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, also called EIT, I'm thrilled to welcome you to the second day of the EIT Education and Skills Days. For those of you who may not know us well yet, let me share a quick story. The EIT is like Europe's biggest innovation team, bringing together schools, companies, scientists, and communities across the continent to solve some of our biggest challenges, like climate change, clean energy, or making new technologies in your phones and cars. We work with 2,400 organizations across Europe, helping people like you learn new skills, start businesses, and create cool new products. So far, we've trained over 1.3 million people, and many of them are now making decisions that shape our future. Did you know the innovations supported by the EIT are now worth more than 71 billion euros? Proof that ideas can turn into real-world impact. And that's whether it's smart cities, cleaner energy, or new health solutions. Yesterday, Commissioner Zaharieva kicked off this event, and we launched some new programs like the European Advanced Materials Academy, a way for adults to learn how to work with new materials, materials that we use to make electrical vehicles, smartphones, and such. And we renamed our Deep Tech Talent Initiative into EIT STEM Tech Talent to focus on topics such as AI and cybersecurity. And now it's your turn, dear students, because the future of innovation depends on you. When I read the report recently, I found that more than 2/3 of students know about environmental threats, and I'm sure that many of you think about them very often. At the same time, only 3 in 10 take actions daily, and less than half get the chance to learn about sustainability in school. That's our challenge and opportunity to turn awareness into action. We also see a gap in digital skills. Many teens are learning the basics of technology, but we need more, and only 20% of ICT specialists are women. That's why programs like Girls Go Circular are so important. Teaching girls and young women how to be leaders in tech, green innovation, and entrepreneurship. To date, 90,000 students, including 67,000 girls, have already engaged with this program across Europe. And the stories, they are truly inspiring. Like Soundway, a startup from Lithuania, founded by Girls Go Circular participants, creating AI-powered glasses to help visually impaired people. These ideas start small, but they can generate a huge social impact. Despite these successes, we have some challenges. We need more women in science and tech. And you may think, why is that? Well, we need people who think about the society as a whole. We need different perspectives. We need women to design products, to be there to think about how we deploy AI. It's really important from a societal perspective, and it's important from a female perspective. So we have set some bold goals to train 2.3 million learners by 2028, and specifically inspire 100,000 girls to pursue STEM careers. That's why I have some big news to share today. We're transforming our well-known Girls Go Circular program into Girls Go STEM. This isn't just a name change, it's a bold new goal to empower 100,000 girls by 28, inspire them to pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and math. Our mission is to make STEM inclusive, engaging, and accessible to every girl, because diverse ideas lead to better innovations. This transition, it reflects Europe's commitment to creating a future where everyone can participate in shaping technology and sustainability. Teachers, students, and young entrepreneurs, your time is now. To wrap up, I want to leave you with this. The future, it's yours to create. Whether you dream of inventing new technologies, protecting our planet, or starting a social enterprise, today's learning, this can be your first step. So I wish you all an inspiring and innovative day ahead. Let's dream big, act boldly, and build the future together.
Everyone's always asking me what I want to be when I grow up. And I say, anything I want to be. An environmental researcher, a biomedical scientist, maybe, or even an aerospace engineer. Girls Go Circular has given me the confidence to dream big. I've done online courses that have taught me how to solve hard problems. I've taken part in hackathons that have put my new skills to the test. And I've been mentored by women who have encouraged and inspired me. The best part is, I'm not the only one. Girls Go Circular was hoping to train 40,000 girls by 2027. Well, it's gone way over that target. In fact, 70,000 girls just like me have been trained in STEM 3 years ahead of schedule. And since there are already so many of us, we're now aiming even higher. Girls Go Circular is becoming Girls Go STEM. A chance to get even more girls involved in the initiative, from the EU and beyond. One that will improve training and resources for the next generation to explore STEM in their own way, and one with big ambitions to train 100,000 more girls in STEM by 2028. Yeah, we're still underrepresented in the field, but with Girls Go STEM, more and more girls like me will be able to unlock our full potential. So when it comes to deciding our future, we can be anything we want to be. Girls Go STEM, an initiative of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology.
Well, I think that has been an enthusiastic start to the day, and hopefully it has inspired everyone to really get involved in the discussions to come. We're now going to continue with one of the most anticipated parts of the EIT Education and Skills Days. This is the Women and Girls in STEM session, which is organised by the EIT Community Girls Go Circular initiative. But before we begin, we're being watched online by many students, and we want to make sure that everyone can easily follow our discussions. So for those joining us virtually, subtitles and translation options can be turned on directly in your video settings. For everyone here in Brussels, you can connect your smart devices and listen to the live translation audio if you need to. The Women and Girls in STEM session is part of the EIT Community Girls Go Circular. As I've said, we will underline this so many times. We are thrilled to celebrate its 5th edition already this year. In previous editions, the students have worked on app prototypes, robotics and artificial intelligence solutions, but our big theme for this year is cybersecurity. Of course, we know this is a very important topic to grow Europe's future. Over the years, this event has brought together educators, industry experts, and students to challenge those stereotypes, to share stories, and to inspire more girls to go into STEM careers. So we cannot wait to see where today's conversation and today's discussions lead us. Our first discussion panel is Cyber Careers Uncovered, from Gaming to Global Security, a swathe of different options there. We're going to explore that very wide range of cybersecurity careers beyond coding. We're going to look at roles in design, psychology, law, and policy, and how diverse perspectives in those roles can really shape the future that we all want. But we want those women in those key roles so that we can have a fully inclusive future. To speak about that, please welcome to the stage Magda Liliacelli, co-founder and CEO of Riskimmune AI platform and founder of Women on Cyber. Dominic Kohler, product owner for vulnerability and exposure management at Cone, and their moderator for this session, Maria Metodevia, who is the Girls Go Circular ambassador.
Hi everyone, and thank you Jennifer for the warm introduction. And welcome everyone to Cyber Careers Uncovered. But before we get too serious, let me ask you a bit unexpected question. If your phone or computer could talk, what do you think it would say about you?
Good morning, everyone, first of all. Super excited to be here and share with you what a computer would tell. I would say the AI will tell me, first of all, that I'm a doctor in a hospital, which is not true. Don't let me do any operations on you ever. I'm a cybersecurity engineer. So I think it will just say that she is passionate about computers.
Interesting. And about you?
Good morning also from me, also excited to be here. Yeah, probably the computer would say that I'm a cybersecurity expert and work for Kone, and my background is in incident response and cybersecurity, so something like that.
Right. So, dear Magda, a lot of people believe that cyber is just about computer geniuses. What were your first steps that led you to your position today? And do you agree with that or not really?
Very interesting question. I wish I was a genius. I don't think I am. I try to be every day by learning and reading much more about my field. But to be honest with you, I studied computer science, and I have been a telecommunication engineer from my education. But I continued my studies with a master's and a PhD in the same, but it wasn't cybersecurity. It was telecommunication engineering. And what I was doing, I was researching for systems at that time, many years ago. Many of you weren't even born yet. So I was researching for a system that could replace the current GPS in indoors environment. And while I was doing that, I was in a lab and I was researching a lot of things. And randomly, by just the fact that I had a lot of time in my hands, I found this hacking thing. And I was really curious about it. And I was trying to understand what does it mean, how do we even hack or get access to an email, because actually it started like that. I tried to find how to get to read someone else's emails.
Very interesting. And Dominic, what do you think is one myth that people often believe about cybersecurity and you really wish they will finally stop believing it?
Yeah, maybe to connect to the previous message. I think you do not have to be, a genius to get into the field. One really important thing is to be able to connect with people and to connect with your peers. Yeah, there are a lot of events, hacker conferences, discussions, workshops, where a lot of friendly and very smart people want to teach and want to share what they know. And I think that like one of these myths is that, it's like a secretive community and nobody likes to share things. But actually, there are a lot of communities in a lot of cities where you can go and you have like these hacker spaces and also conferences where you can learn a lot of things, also if you don't know anything. And there are people that want to teach everyone and anyone that is interested.
If I may add as well, I think the first very basic fundamental is to understand that cybersecurity is not only about hacking.
Yeah.
Cybersecurity is really a very vast domain. It includes many areas from governance, risk management, even building compliance. Hacking is only one aspect of it. If you look at cybersecurity maps, and you can Google that, you will find that there is really, the map is growing over time as well, and you find it very interesting to see how many things you can do. But in general, it's all about protecting assets or whatever has a value to you from any cyber attacks, compromise, theft, or eventually loss.
Okay, and Magda, when you were little, did you ever imagine yourself dealing with cybersecurity or working what you do today?
I really love this question. So when I was little, there was no mobile phones. Just to, put everything in perspective. And definitely there was no talks about cybersecurity, not in my school, not in my even mentorship hours. So I did, at that time, consider being an engineer or a business person. So there were two of the always options that I considered. And the reason being was just that I was good in physics and math. So everyone was saying that engineering was good for me. And the business is because I always wanted to create things that bring value to people or solve problems. But in reality, even when I graduated later on, when we had mobile phones, there was no cybersecurity focus. So cybersecurity is really relatively new in a commercial world. So at that time, everything was about IT, about making sure that companies had website, that companies had applications that we can digitize. And that was the priority, because companies did not have that. And then afterwards, years afterwards, I actually migrated into the cybersecurity profession because there was a need. So the securing things came because the IT in general evolved, but also because, of course, building something without the right fundamentals in cybersecurity created a lot of gaps, and things break through, fell apart. Criminals, because bad hackers, we have two hackers, the good ones and the bad ones, but the bad ones will actually try to break things for financial gains, and they started doing that. So a lot of things were breaking, a lot of companies were losing money, and that's where cybersecurity was becoming interesting.
Great. Now maybe we can move on to a question for both of you. Nowadays, we see a lot that cybersecurity has become way more than just computers. And we can find maybe cybersecurity in many other different fields, from medical needs to even manufacturing. What do you think are the most unexpected fields where cybersecurity plays a huge role, and fields where maybe we can not even imagine ourselves that cybersecurity actually plays that huge of a role? maybe.
Dominic, I'll let you start. No, let us start.
Yeah, maybe one unexpected thing where not many people think about is how many devices are actually nowadays connected, right? Like, may it be that you have like wind parks, or that you have, I don't know, at your local farmer is using connected devices to I don't know, turn on, turn off lights, stuff like this. And a lot of these devices, which are then connected to the internet, can be found by hackers, or can be then manipulated to create a gain for the bad threat actors, as was just explained. And I think this is one thing many people do not think about, like how connected actually our world is already, and how many connected devices we interact each day with, even without knowing. And I think this is also an interesting field to kind of like secure and explore in that sense, yes.
So before I actually answer the question, I want to ask the audience to have their hands up if you can survive one day without your phone. That's amazing, though. One day without your phone, you can survive. Great, very much respect. But in general, we are super connected, coming back to what Dominic said. And that means that everything that we do requires technology. And the moment that technology is involved, that means that there is a way that that technology can break, either just because by default nothing is perfect and it can break operationally and have bugs, do not work, or can break because there is a cybersecurity issue or eventually even a technical weakness or vulnerability. That can happen the moment that technology is evolved. Now, when we look at the industries around us, every industry nowadays is integrating technology in their business model. They are using technology to provide services, to build products, to communicate with people, to perform their activities on a daily basis. And therefore, there's no industry, in my view, that should ignore cybersecurity or consider it not something that would be by design and by default integrated in the way of how they operate. Now, practically, of course, industries are not having the same maturity. For example, banks or financial industries are regulated around the world. What does it mean? It means governments have put rules to make sure that when you wake up tomorrow morning, you have still your money in the bank account. That means that those banking institutions or financial organizations need to follow very strict rules and controls when it comes to cybersecurity. Other industries, maritime, might not have the same regulatory requirements, and they might therefore prioritize other things than cybersecurity, which does not mean from a very objective point of view, if you remove those regulations, that they shouldn't focus on it. It's just they are businesses, and when you have to deal with businesses, they try to maximize profit, minimize costs, and if they are not obliged to do sometimes certain things, they will just put them on the lowest priority.
Really interesting. And basically, what most people start doing if they're really interested in computers or become interested in computers because they started gaming or doing something like that of a sort in their free time. What do you both think is the thing that bridges actually daily use of those computers, either gaming and things like hacking, but also cybersecurity on the other hand?
Do you want to go first this time?
If you want. Well, I would like to give an example that I think is a good start to answer the question. So my sister studied biology. So it has nothing to do with computer science, using it to send emails, right? And now she's working in cybersecurity for 2 years. Now, her journey basically allowed her to move and use everything that she learned in quality management and how to look at risk and apply it into our field, which is the cybersecurity. And again, that's because it's not only about computers, it's about understanding what has a value to you or to the company as an asset, and that asset, for example, can be a website, can be your data, can be your hardware, which is a computer or mobile phone, and you need to protect it from, like I said, potential consequence or damage or even compromise. So in order to achieve that, we do something called risk management, because you cannot protect everything as a military institution. Like basically everything that you do to protect something will cost you money, will cost you time, so you need to prioritize. For example, for a small company, you will not be able to buy a cybersecurity tool that costs $500,000. You don't have the money to do that. So you will perform an assessment, and that assessment will allow you to understand the risk, basically how much money would you lose if something bad happens, and then decide how much money you can spend to protect your company from that bad harm happening, if that makes sense. Of course, I'm happy to answer any questions if there is any things that are unclear. But again, it's not only about, computers. If you understand that, then you change your perception about cybersecurity, and you start doing it in a way that is not just, oh, I'm going to buy this tool and deploy it or use it because that was going to make me secure. That is not the case. Cybersecurity is not like magical, there's no magical solution. And that is where, in my view, computer comes after. First, understanding what it is, understanding risk management is really critical. Then, even I push it further, technical skills is something that you can always learn. But the opposite side, I find in my experience, that if someone comes from a very technical background, learning the risk management and having the perception and understanding of business is harder. For some reason. They're only experience-based, right? So, but perhaps Dominic has a different view.
No, I think it's a good view. But maybe to take a different perspective on it. So I think one essential skill or one essential thing that people have to acknowledge is that each of us is in contact with cybersecurity every day, right? Like each of us has devices, each of us has accounts like banking, I don't know, like your Netflix and so on and so on. And there are threat actors or bad actors out there that try to get your data, get to your bank account, steal your email address, I don't know, stuff like this. And I think this basic mindset of identifying, hey, this could be a risky email to open, or this could be a risky thing to do in the internet. I think this basic idea of not understanding cybersecurity also in your future work life or in a work environment, to understand it as a let's say, bad thing to have, and oh, I have to do it, but to understand it as a benefit for yourself, that it's something that you have to do, and if you learn something about cybersecurity, or you have some training on identifying phishing emails, etc., that you understand it as a benefit to yourself, because this will not go away, right? Like this attacks and in general threat actor attacks will get more difficult, and now in the age of AI it's more easier to increase and scale these attacks, and so all of us will see more of this happening. So in principle I think that to have this mindset, to understand and be interested in the topic is a quite good thing to have, and if you look at it from this perspective, then it will benefit you as well.
I would like to add on that, because definitely the cybersecurity shared responsibility is important. What does it mean? You all can survive, almost all, without your phone, but you're using your phones all the time, right? So now, if that phone is, for example, locked, or you cannot access to your emails because someone compromised your account and you don't have access to iCloud or to your Google Play account, then you are blocked, right? You would be annoyed. You might lose your photos. You might lose your confidential information. So you need to learn as well how to protect your own assets. That's what I was talking about before. But another thing that Dominic just mentioned is phishing. I just want to mention an example because it's very recent. Anyone here, again, from the audience, I like to interact with the audience, is using or used like an application like Vinted? Nice, okay. So on Vinted, for example, you want to buy something or you want to sell something and you start discussing with someone and that person asks you, can you please share your email address? And you say, okay, sure, you're very nice. Let me share this email address with you. You're going to send me something. And that person sends you an email that looks like coming from Vinted, as an example, and it asks you to click on the link to finalize the transaction of buying or selling. When you click on that link, you enter, for example, your email, your password, or even worse, your credit card or bank account. And what you did is sharing that information with a cyber criminal or a social engineer. That's what we call. And that's what is called phishing as well. And you might wake up in the morning and you lost all your money. So there's a lot of situations like that where you use applications, you use your email, you use technology to perform whatever you want, to scroll on social media, to buy things, to sell things, where you can be exposed to potential scams, cyber attacks. So that's why it's a shared responsibility. It's not like we as cybersecurity professionals or those companies can do everything by ourselves to protect you or the users. Everyone needs to be aware of where and how to protect themselves.
Great. So bridging on what you both said, that the cyber problems, that they don't have a golden solution, and this is why things always continue evolving. If cybersecurity just disappeared right now, what do you think would be the first field that would collapse, or do you think it could be one at all? And if so, which?
I think it's a very, very interesting question. I think if cybersecurity completely disappears, well, we wouldn't have even electricity or water running.
Yeah.
We will go back to the, old Stone Age. Today, if suddenly there's no security in anything, the first thing is that countries would collapse because the critical infrastructure would collapse due to a cyber attack, which we call cyber warfare. Then, of course, all money will disappear.
Which would also be a huge problem.
And then, it will be very, very hard times, in my view.
Yeah, I mean, of course, now there are multiple layers, but we jump now to the end. But I agree, right? Because cybersecurity is not only, you secure a system and that's it, but it's also this field of securing, for example, if I send an email or information that, information in this email is then not readable by others. And right, if that's gone, then, suddenly all of the secrets of all companies and governments and everyone basically would be free to read for anyone who has technical capabilities to look for it. So, yeah. I think the description is quite fitting.
Yeah, extremely. So as you all guys know, we also have an audience watching us online, and we have a lot of students that are also interested in this topic and in this discussion. And this is why we've asked them around a month ago to send in their questions for both of our amazing speakers. And this is why we will now pull two of the most asked questions for each of you. I think I'll have to still read them. And then, if you guys want, we can proceed to one or two short questions from the audience. If you want to ask something specific, our amazing speakers. So, we will first start with the question for Magda, which is the following. What inspired you to start your own initiative, and how do you overcome the challenges, especially any gender bias you might have faced along the way?
Thank you for the question. I think it's a very important one. I will start by the first. Why did I want to become an entrepreneur? That was something that started very, very long time ago again, because I love problem solving. So when I see something that doesn't work, I want to solve that problem, make it work. And that is in everything, even when I go to the hairdresser. If, for example, I'm uncomfortable when they wash my hair, I ask them, why don't you have the new chairs? You know, or you change the way. So I always look at how to improve things. And that's why I wanted to become an entrepreneur, because I can solve problems for people, because at the end of the day, business is solving problems. It's not just selling things. You need to solve a problem where people are happy to pay for that solution. That's one thing. The second question was, I don't know why the question disappeared from the screen. The second was about...
how did you overcome any challenges, especially gender-biased ones? Did you face such?
Well, first of all, when you build a business, there are always challenges. There is not a smooth journey at all. And you need to adapt continuously, every single day. So, you know, we read on the news and on the internet, overnight success. Oh, I did this and suddenly I'm 40 million worth. That is really not the reality. That is not the reality, I repeat it. When you build a business, it requires very much hard work. And I worked even with entrepreneurs, and I'm still working, that did have a lot of investment that helped. But that comes with other challenges. Because let's take an example where my company went from having just a few employees to 32. And you say, oh, that's amazing success. Maybe, but there was a lot of challenges of how to make sure that everyone understood what we are doing, have the right understanding of the product, knows what they need to do every day, that the culture aligns, that everyone gets along professionally. They don't need to be best friends, but they need to work together. How do we ensure that we have the right money at the end of the month to pay the salaries on time? If there is no investment, if the client's payments are late, many, many things come into the picture. So an entrepreneur needs to build resilience and needs to understand as well who, from the people who join an early stage company, is ready for that. Because it seems always very glamorous online, but in reality there's highs and lows. And those highs and lows require people being of a certain character. Not everyone wants that. Not everyone wants to be told at the end of the month, you know, this month you might or you might not be able to pay your rent. So there's a lot of stress as well related to that. Only when you become at a certain stage and your finances are very stable and revenue is very predictable, then that becomes more manageable. But that requires years usually, and even with investment there are other challenges, like how do you get along with investors, that they put all the money or they require you actually to achieve certain goals as a company before giving you or writing the next check. So in my view, this is the entrepreneur's, aspect, but if it comes to gender bias, of course I did face them. Let's be honest, we're in still 2025, almost 2026, but I did face them in raising funding. I did face them in cybersecurity, where I was told, literally, why I'm not a 50 years old gray-haired man. And no disrespect for the men in the audience. But I was told something like this. It wasn't very long time ago. So, there are biases in there. It depends of how you take them. Do you actually just go and say, oh, the word is bad? Or you say, okay, there are some people that still didn't manage to accept that women have, the same skills as men and can do the same things as men, and move on and find the right people to collaborate with. Because you cannot change everyone in this planet. So that's also something that I learned from those biases.
Yeah.
You need to find allies, and there are many allies because the situation is improving over time.
So what's most important is trying to overcome those challenges even when you do face them.
Yes, absolutely.
So now maybe we can move to the question for Dominic. which is the following. We've already established that cybersecurity has so many different paths. How can a young woman figure out which one might suit her best, or even whether this field is right for her at all? And this comes from North Macedonia.
Yeah, a very good question. I'm not sure if I'm the right person to answer this, so I asked my friends, my female friends, and especially my girlfriend, who also is in the cybersecurity field, for her view, and I will share it here and then later some other points. So she studied maths in the UK, and she is originally from Greece, and then she studied with EIT cybersecurity, and this is where we met then in Italy. And she said, and she emphasizes a lot, that you need the conviction and the belief in yourself that you can do and learn and teach yourself what you need to know. And if someone tells you, yeah, you can't do it, or if you fail, that you believe in yourself and that you pick yourself up and that you then continue on your journey. And I think one important thing is also that regardless of what area you want to study in, is that you find a field interesting, and that you have like a kind of like natural interest in this field, and you have some like how to call it, maybe first experience. Yeah, you go to some conferences, or you watch some videos on YouTube about the field. Maybe you have some lessons in school, and then once you have like this initial like interest in the field, you can try certain things out, right? Like this event today, you can meet people you can talk to about what areas you can specialize in, or you can participate in like these hackathons also for young people. And then based on that, basically you then figure out like, hey, maybe cybersecurity is interesting for me, or maybe I study computer science, or maybe I study something else, for example, physics or math. And coming back to the original point, yeah, the conviction and the self-belief is, I think, an important part of being able to succeed.
Great. So I think we have time for just one short question from the audience. Yes?
Yeah, it's you.
I think she needs the mic.
Yes. You can, yeah, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes.
I think now it works.
I think you now are ready.
Hello.
Yes.
Thank you. So my name is Rhythm, I'm from Malta, and my question to you is, whose responsibility is it to ensure cybersecurity? Is it the governments? Is it the individuals? Is it companies? And if not on the individual, then where do you draw the line between privacy and security? Thank you very much. And thank you very much for such an insightful panel as well.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I can maybe go first this time. Yeah, very multi-layered question, I would say. Very complex question, but maybe to start off with the government, and then you can ask the latter part of the question. Of course, the government's responsibility is it to guarantee or ensure that the services a government delivers are cyber secure, so to speak. And you see this in countries like Estonia, that they are very digitalized country, and if you have a lot of digital services, then they also need to be sure, like if you can vote online, right, you want to make sure that that it is indeed secure. Yeah, first part of the question.
Thank you. I would like to add something before I go into that, related to what was mentioned, that cybersecurity. In cybersecurity, we see a lot of data breaches. Well, incident response is part of cybersecurity. It's the same as when you get suddenly sick. If you have been taking care of your health before and you take vitamins, you practice sport, you will recover faster. If you don't recover faster. The same happens in cybersecurity. Is one of our priorities is to make sure that companies, when something happens, because things happen all the time, you recover very fast. So the losses are smaller and shorter. Coming back to your question, which relates as well to whose responsibility it is, it's a shared responsibility. There is a line, but the line might a little bit change depending of how is the structure. But in general, governments put rules, regulations for certain industries. I mentioned that before. For example, financial industries have regulations that tell them that they need to do something in cybersecurity. Otherwise, they will lose their license and they will not be able anymore to perform what they're performing and sell their product or services. Now, other industries might not have the same regulations because the risks are not the same. If suddenly, tomorrow again, you wake up, you don't have all your savings, that's really, really a problem. So there is a management there. In terms of private companies, again, depends on the industry. They might be regulated by the government or by other bodies, and they might not be. It then depends on the industry itself, but also on the company's priorities, the management. How do they decide and think about cybersecurity? Do they believe that it's a very big risk for them or not? And based on that, they will decide on the strategy of hiring a cybersecurity team, yes or not as well. It varies very much from one company to the other. I do believe, and this is a personal belief, that governments should not allow any website that is not secure online.
Yeah.
I think that is actually increasing the risk for individuals and consumers to lose their money, lose their personal data, etc. So that's a hard balance.
But basically, the most important thing is that the responsibility is still shared.
Yes, absolutely.
So I think this will wrap up our panel. Thank you for sharing your really inspiring stories and for proving that cybersecurity is not only about computers, but about people, about developing, and about creativity. So let's give a big round of applause for our amazing speakers. And thank you for this amazing panel.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you, Maria, for the great moderating. Our next discussion is going to be a fireside chat without the fire. It's about a journey into cyber called My Journey into Cyber, What I Wish I Knew at 16. That probably tells you everything you need to know, but we're going to hear the professional journey of a young professional, challenges, how they overcame them, advice for teenage students, especially girls, considering career in tech, and there'll be the opportunity again for you to ask questions of our speaker. So it is a conversation between our moderator, Sofia Chuzda, who is the Girls Go Circular ambassador, and Mariina Hallikainen, who is CEO of the video game developer Colossal Order. So let's hear from them.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Jennifer, for the lovely introduction. I'm so happy to be here at the forum, not as a participant this time, but interviewing you, Mariina. Yes, girls, your energy these past few days has been absolutely electrifying. I cannot wait until I get to see your presentations during the challenge part. So we can get back to the interview now. Let's start with a sort of breaking the ice question. If you were an inanimate object, which object would you be?
I would be a stirrup. Does anyone here ride horses? Pony riding, no horses. Stirrup is something that you need in the saddle for the rider to balance and reach for heights. And in my work, I think that I am the my most important job is to enable the team to reach their highest potential. So I was thinking that you can actually ride horses without stirrups, but the stirrup does help quite a bit.
Perfect. Right. Okay. So moving on to your journey in tech. At the age of 16, did you already imagine yourself working in tech or games, or was it something completely unexpected?
Well, my journey in the game industry, it was completely coincidental. So when I was 16, I planned to either be a lawyer or a doctor or something, you know, that was a very traditional but high-paying profession because of my horse hobby, which is unfortunately very, very expensive. So I was always planning to do something that I could actually afford owning my own horse. So I actually ended up studying automation technology and trying to become a civil engineer or get a degree for that. But then when I was 23, my old high school friend called me and asked that, didn't you have some business studies? And I was like, yeah, I have a minor in industrial management, so kind of yes. And they were planning to set up their own gaming studio and then asked me to kind of handle the business side of it. And I was thinking that, well, selling games, how hard can it actually be? So that's how I ended up in the game industry. So purely coincidental, but I have to say that when I was a teenager, I for sure didn't plan for it. But there were a lot of skills that I got from the high school and the university studies that did help a lot.
Okay. Did you play games before, or was it something so new to you?
So I was familiar with the gaming culture through my brother and my friends, but I was never like a very avid gamer myself. So I didn't have this dream of becoming a game developer. So it was completely new in that sense.
Okay, was there something that drew you to the gaming industry? Did you maybe see a hole in the market or something like that for it?
Well, I'm going to be very honest. I was very opportunistic at the point when I was 23 and someone asked if I want to join and set up a company. I was thinking that if this goes well, this will go really, really well. This was back in 2009 and it was already a very, very hot topic in Finland, especially to start making games, and we had these amazing successes already in the Finnish game industry. So I knew that there was money to be made, which was the main motivation for me to join. It was also the talent in the co-founding group, because there were really, really good developers in the mix, and good friends of mine. And it was really something that I just felt that I would have something to give for the company, my knowledge, my know-how to help the team to sell the game.
Fair enough. And just for the girls that might not know, can you explain a few sentences about your game?
So at Colossal Order, we make simulation games for PC platform. If you know this really classic, you're so young that your teachers will know a game called SimCity, which was back from the 90s when the genre was born. So our hit game from 2015, City Skylines, is a city builder. You start from an empty map and you start building your dream city. And we've actually made Mass Transit Simulator was our very first game that we made. Huge success in Germany, not much elsewhere. And then we kind of grew from that to the full-blown city builder. So City Skylines is the hit game that we have made.
Perfect. And now moving on to your fear, your doubts, and also the breaking stereotypes of your job. To start off, I'd like to say some statistics. According to the EU Startup Monitor 2018, only 17% of startup founders are women. And in 2024, 81% of men were employed as ICT specialists in the EU against 20% of women. So women in your field are in the significant minority. Did you face any challenges at the beginning or during your professional career, and especially regarding your gender? And if so, how did you overcome them?
So I have been in a rather unique position. I have always been very into tech in terms of in high school I was at a math class, and over there already we had very, very few girls. So from the 21 students in the class or in the group, only 4 were women. And then at the university, studying automation technology, the ratio did not go up. Let me tell you that. So the fact is that I have always been very used to the fact that I am working with men in the environment, that there's not that many girls there as support. It's something that for me, starting in the industry, it was hard to kind of get the in terms of respect, but that we have to remember that I was also a 23-year-old who came from outside of the industry. But in the Finnish game industry, I found that it was extremely useful and lovely that when I went and asked for advice from colleagues, from peers, they wouldn't care about my gender, but they would actually take the opportunity to guide a young aspiring startup company or game industry person to kind of teach their knowledge and help understand the industry. So what I did in the start of my career is that I went to Helsinki. I met with people who had been in the industry already for 10, 15 years before I entered, and I asked, how did you do it? How did you get there? And just by the fact that I went there and asked the questions, I learned really a lot. And in Finland, it was a great situation that no one would deny the time because of my gender. When we were selling the game abroad, I saw this much more. I was asked, for example, that does your husband work in the company that you are now the CEO of? And so these kind of questions, completely out of line, and it's just something that back then I kind of just shook off. I didn't even, when I was young, maybe register that. Only after we have started to really talk about the disadvantage, it has become more apparent, or it's easier for us to also handle it and understand the problem, and maybe hopefully we can tackle that also in the future and right now as well.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point, that sometimes maybe you don't even notice. As women, maybe we've seen it so much that we just brush it off, but it's very important that we do talk about it.
Absolutely.
We find, as you said, the mentors to guide us, and we do ask questions, and yeah, definitely. There has been recently a big trend of using women-coded labels when talking about women in male-dominated fields, such as women in STEM or female CEO, which has brought up some controversy. What do you think about these coded labels? Are they lifting women up, or are they further reinforcing the stereotypes and divides between the genders?
I think it's, I didn't always think this, because I was so forward thinking that I was always finding the fact that I was labeled a female CEO almost offending, because I was thinking that, but I am a CEO, just like all the men CEOs. I am a professional CEO knowing what I'm doing. I don't have to, or it's not somehow appropriate to call me or underline my gender in my professional career. However, now that I am older and hopefully wiser, I understand the importance of this, because it is so important that we have role models, that we have people in different professions, in different positions, in different fields, that can actually widen the idea of what we have. When we think about a CEO, so easily we think about a man in a suit, but it can be so much more. So I think it's very important to have role models to help people enter the fields that they find most interesting. And how do you know what is interesting if you're not given a chance, or the idea of like, oh, I could be working in games because Mariina from Finland, who is a girl that I can maybe relate to, she also rides horses. I love horses. I love games. Maybe I can also aspire to become a game developer. So it's very, very important in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, role models. And who would you say is your biggest role model? Do you have one?
I actually had a physics teacher when I was 16 that was so cool. I don't know if a physics teacher can actually be so cool, but she was always like a proper professional, super helpful, but super tough. Really like a boss lady, and I was thinking that I want to become like her when I'm adult.
Fair enough. Well, my role models are you guys today. I love you, all of you. I'm so proud of you here, and I want to be just like all of you, and like you, Mariina, especially, guys. So I hope Mariina is your role model here as well. And speaking about role models, do you have as a role model to these girls, if you were to go back in time to the age at which the girls are now, which is around like from 14 to 16 to 17, what advice would you give them?
Well, I think one of the most important thing is that you need to find what your passion is. So you need to have, everyone needs something in their life that they feel passionate about. So something that you love to do that brings you happiness. Happiness is so important in life. You have to allow yourself to find the thing that you enjoy doing. Whether it be a hobby, like for me, I love horses. I explained that that's a very expensive hobby. So I have kind of built my entire professional career to help me have my love, the hobby that I love. And this work that I do in the game industry has allowed me, has given me so many opportunities. I now have my own horses. I have the time to spend time with them, to stay at the stables. It is what I do every day. Every day I go to the stables, and I enjoy my time there. And I enjoy my work. So it's very important to have that. Whether the passion relates to your professional career or your free time, find something that really makes you happy. Work doesn't have to just sustain you or like be the thing that brings you money. You also need to have something that gives you meaning or brings you happiness. Whether it be something in the tech or elsewhere, don't be discouraged, but try to find the thing that really resonates with you. And yeah, that would be the advice. One other thing that I really wanted to mention is that especially doubt is something that creeps to your mind, and you're thinking, am I good enough? Learn how to ignore that feeling. Find the good and what you know, and trust that you have the ability to learn. At 16, you don't know everything. When I don't even now know everything, but I trust my ability to learn. So when you have that and you make decisions, the world is open to you to be whatever you want and find the happiness.
Fair enough. And to those girls who want to start, particularly in the tech industry, do you have any specific advice for them? Maybe some mentorship programs, or how they can expand their network, what internships they should go for?
So basically, I think the important thing is to find a mentor. And most people are very willing to share their knowledge and explain or tell their story. So if you have someone that you look up to, reach out to them and ask for a little bit of their time and try to learn from them. And it's so important to take the step to ask. No one will come to your home and start telling you their advice, but you have to actually be brave enough to take the first step and get that information. So that would be my advice, is that find people who have done the things that you're interested in before and ask them how they did it. And then you don't have to take all the advice exactly as it is, but you have to take the bits and pieces that really apply to your situation.
Yep, I agree with that for sure. And for like women in as CEOs, what would you say to these girls who want to become in positions of power? What advice would you give them?
Well, if you think about position of power, CEO of a company, it's a people business. So basically what you actually need to have is that you need to have a team. So my power at the company comes from the fact that I have amazing people in the team, and I'm enabling them to do the best work that they can. So when things are going well, I just sit back and watch the machine run, and everything is going smoothly. And then when we start to see some hiccups or things like that, then I try to help the team to really aspire from that. I think the kind of like a CEO position itself might not be like it doesn't exist unless you have the team that actually gives you the power, if I can explain it that way.
Yeah, definitely. If you don't have, if you're not a CEO of something, you're not a CEO. I definitely know what you mean. Yep, fair enough. And guys, if you have any questions, now is the time to ask. Any audience questions? Yes, we have some here. Can we have a microphone?
Hi, thank you so much for taking us through your amazing journey. Me and my team just wanted to ask you, like, what is your biggest takeaway, your biggest advice for us girls, like inspiring to be like you?
What's the biggest advice to
Yes.
be like me? Don't be like me. Be yourself. I think that's the thing that my journey has been so that it has taken a lot of courage, which my upbringing has my like the mentality that has come from my family to me has always been that you can always aspire for higher education. I come from a single parent home. My mother is not highly educated, but she has always said that you can do what you want. So the courage kind of to aspire has come from there, and then the raw ambition. It's you can have dreams. You can be ambitious. Girls can do whatever they want. There's nothing limiting us. Well, we all know that there is plenty of things that limits us, but we can fight for our right to exist, to be ambitious, to say that I want that power, and I'm going to go and take it. So whatever your dream is, or whatever you try to aspire to, go for it. And I hope that you have people around you that support you. And if you currently don't, go ask for people's advice. Like, you can always reach out to me and ask for advice. I don't know if I have any good advice. That's up for you to decide. But there's a vast amount of information out there available, and you just have to find it, make use of it, and yeah. To put this to like one, be ambitious. That would be the advice.
Yeah. Any more questions? Yeah.
So thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask you this question. So what advice would you give to a young person that wants to make their own game?
The wrong game.
Their own game.
Their own game. Their own game. Yes, sorry. Well, it can happen so that usually when you make your own games, not all of them become instant hits. Let me tell you that. But the fact is that there are so many tools available for you to start. So basically, when you have an idea for a game, collect a group of like-minded people and do it together. Try and do the projects together, because making games is so much easier and so much fun when you're in a group. You have so much more talent at your disposal, and the ideas that you can play around with. So if you're starting from basically from scratch, you need an idea for a game, you need people who will be making the game, and then you just go online and search for the tools that you will be able to do the game with. There's nothing preventing you from making your own game. If you want to sell that game, send me an email and I'll hook you up with the right people.
Thank you so much.
Any more questions? Yeah.
So hello, I'm Veronica and I'm from Romania. And what I would like to ask you is, how do you think that game studios should act to create a more supporting and safer space for women developers?
That's a really good question. It is up to the company culture, and unfortunately we still have game companies that do not operate in a modern way. Modern way of working is respecting employees and also making sure that it's a safe and creative environment. For me, it's very clear that if the environment is not respectful, safe to create games, you're not going to get the best out of your team either. And I think it is easier in a company where there are different, where there's more diversity. But I do recognize that there are a lot of game companies where it is very difficult to get your foot through the door, especially if you're a young woman. So the thing is that we have already a massive shift in the game industry that has happened in the last 15 to 20 years, where game development has become more professional. It's not just a group of friends in a garage making games, but it is an actual business where the work culture plays a big part. It is so important to make sure that companies, not just game companies, but all companies aspire to have this safe and respectful environment for work. And it is work that still is going on, but I'm very pleased to see that there's so much advances that has come already. There's a lot of great game companies that operate also globally. So my advice is that you can demand the professional work culture. You can voice you need to be able to report the problem areas, and the leadership of the company has to take that feedback seriously. Otherwise, don't go there. It's not a good company. If these basic things don't work, it's not a good environment to work in. I can guarantee you that if you are working in the game industry and you want to work in a company that is respectful, you can find it, because they do exist. And you can also, if you have the strength and the courage to make the difference, also locally.
Thank you.
One more question, please. Yes, over there.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Emma. I'm from Malta, and I do apologize, it's quite a long question, but as women, both in STEM and in any career path, we have quite a pressure from society that we are seen as homemakers, and there's almost an expectation that we need to make time for everything else apart from our work. What advice can you give us in reference to work-life balance, maybe from your own experiences in this stage or in the future, or even from anything you've observed in your time in the field or even as a CEO?
It's really tough, for sure. There are so many expectations, so much pressure. You need to be a certain way. Ignore it. It's not easy to do, but what you need to do is you need to find your own path. And when it comes to work-life balance, that is key in work. That we for example at Colossal Order, we work 7.5 hours per day. We do not crunch. We do not do overtime unless we absolutely must. And in the 16 years that I have run the company, we have had 3 cases where we have had to do overtime, where leadership has failed so that the team suffers. Let's remember that time issues, rush, crunching, that's a leadership problem. That is bad management, bad leadership if you have to rush your work. So it is the company's and the leadership's responsibility to make sure that you have the time needed to do your work in a reasonable way. Reasonable way for me, it is the 7.5 hours per day, so I have enough time to go to the stables and hang out with my horses for the rest of the day. So whatever you want to do on top of your work, it is your business. If you want to spend the time with your family, if you want to do maybe like your own project or your hobby or whatever you want to do, go do it. It is something that the only one you're accountable to is yourself. And when you are happy and content, you're also much nicer to hang out with. So it's it's nice for your family as well. So it's about finding that balance. But I believe, I'm sorry for the long answer here also, I believe that there's only so much that people in the intellectual work can do per day without having a rest, without having a break. I believe it's around like 4 hours per day where you can actually truly be profitable. So there's no point trying to work around the clock because your brain goes all mushy and you get nothing done. Like the amount of mistakes you do when you're tired, that just ruins the work that you basically started doing well, and then it all crumbles because you're tired. So finding that work-life balance, finding the work. It's easy for me to say, I run my own business. I get to do whatever I want with the laws and regulations, of course, and my teams. But I always think about my team's best interest, because I truly believe that a happy employee is a profitable one. So for us or in our company, it is so important to take care of this. And then for the individual, you need to make all the decisions for yourself. But the pressure is there, and the only advice I can give you is that be you and ignore what everyone else says. It's hard.
Thank you very much for the questions, guys. To wrap up, just so you know, you can approach Mariina in the break and ask her anything you want. There will also be a mentorship session with her later on today. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak with me today and answer the girls' questions.
Thank you so much. Such good questions. Great questions.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much, ladies, for that super motivating conversation. As mentioned, we're going to take a short 30-minute tea break. It's the perfect chance for you to recharge, to connect with each other, and to explore all the excellent booths around the venue. Do go and find them. The EIT community and their partners there are ready to share what they offer to learners across Europe. There's even a foosball table out there, so go and enjoy. To our online audience, do whatever makes you happy, but please be back for one of the highlights of the day at 11 o'clock for the Student Challenge finale. We'll see you back here then. welcome back. I hope everyone had a good break. We're moving on to one of the most exciting parts of this morning and of the whole 2 days. In fact, who's excited? Can I get a yes? Good. That is the sort of vibes we want for the EIT Community Girls Go Digital Student Challenge finale. So we're going to have the 3 finalist teams of the Cybersecurity Challenge to come on stage, and they will be pitching their ideas to you and to our jury that I will introduce in just a moment. We've also got a public prize to talk about. Every year, this challenge invites students to tackle real-world issues through innovation, teamwork, and creativity. And this year, we're reflecting the growing importance of cybersecurity, and participants were asked to design solutions that strengthen digital safety and resilience, and they certainly delivered on that. We had 460, actually more than 460 talented girls forming 154 teams from 28 countries. And today we have narrowed that down to our 3 national winners here in the room. So every single one of them is a winner. In just a moment, they will tell you all about their idea, and they will tell you why they're so innovative, why they're so creative, and share their inspiration with us all. But first, let me introduce you to our jury panel. Wilhelmine Dubiesson is a sales key account manager, IT and telco at Proximus Group. Swati Vitrival is Enhanced University Alliance, a partner of the Women and Girls in STEM and a postdoctoral researcher at TU Delft. And Helen Lovekin joins us from the UK National Cybersecurity Centre. So please, a round of applause for them. Ladies, you have a very tough challenge ahead of you. I am glad it's not my job because all 3 teams have fantastic ideas. We will hear from them in order of Cyprus, Moldova, UK. They will each come up on stage, they will pitch their ideas, and then they will be quizzed by our jury members and answer those questions. And then we will hear from the next team. Then our jury will go away to deliberate while we get on with the audience challenge and the prize for that. And then we'll come back and announce the all-important winner. So we're all clear on the choreography, so I think it's time to let our first team take to the stage. That is Cyprus and the Legit team from the English School in Nicosia with their idea for a browser extension that simplifies terms and conditions for users. Welcome.
You're unbelievable.
Yeah, click.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Hey Sophia, what is this?
That's the chocolate cake I made yesterday.
Doesn't it look delicious? Where'd you get the recipe?
I found it in the terms and conditions of a streaming site.
Wait, what? You found a cake recipe in the terms and conditions? That can't be right. Terms and conditions are supposed to be legal documents. They're definitely not a cookbook.
Hi everyone, my name is Sophia.
And my name is Anvi.
And we created Legit because although we love cake,
we love our privacy more. Did you know that back in 2020, Peacock TV actually hid a full chocolate cake recipe in their terms and conditions? And most people never notice because almost no one reads them fully.
But that was just a harmless joke.
Maybe, but let me remind you about the Cambridge Analytica scandal. Tens of millions of Facebook users gave away their personal data through a seemingly harmless personality quiz app, which once installed, not just collected the data from the person using the app, but from everyone on their entire friend list. That information was then used to influence the political campaigns in the US. Unsettling, isn't it?
Now, let me ask you to think of a few random apps. Spotify, Snapchat, Netflix. I'm sure we've all signed up for a free subscription on one of these apps before, without reading the terms and conditions. But we're not alone. According to Citizens Advice, 13 million adults in the UK signed up for free subscriptions and accidentally agreed to auto-renewing. The result? £688 million spent on subscriptions they didn't even know they had agreed to.
Now, we've talked about the US and the UK, but let's go back to Cyprus. We conducted a survey in our community, which received over 100 responses from ages 12 to 45 plus. The results were that only 1% of people actually read the terms and conditions, while the rest don't, because of it being too long and complicated. That means that only 8% of people actually understand what they're agreeing to, while the rest are confused and thinking that their data might be sold to unknown personnel.
From hidden cake recipes to unwanted subscriptions and data sharing, not understanding the terms and conditions could lead to monetary loss, identity theft, and even long legal and financial recovery processes.
This is why we created Legit, to make sure you understand what you're agreeing to.
So, how does Legit work? Legit is an AI-powered browser extension that summarizes terms and conditions, highlights possible threats, and teaches users how to keep their data safe. The interface is clean and color-coded, integrating flawlessly into your browser. The main points therefore stand out without overwhelming you.
When you first download the extension, the first thing you get is a quick walkthrough of all of the features. It's fully customizable and accessible. And with support for users with visual challenges, it can be used by anyone, no matter the age group.
The extension will be built using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and it will be powered by AI large language models. It will be able to deploy simple, easy-to-understand pop-ups that explain exactly what each danger means. Users will also be able to be notified for changes in terms and conditions through background services and platform announcement checks.
Our vision for Legit is a browser extension that works in the background to make terms and conditions clear. You stay in control. You can activate or deactivate the plugin whenever you want. And of course, we make privacy a priority. From an ethical perspective, the data is deleted within 30 days of collection and is encrypted for security.
The extension is fully compliant with the GDPR, as it gives users the ability to access, correct, or delete their data whenever they wish. It's not meant to replace lawyers. Our goal is simply to help everybody understand long, complicated terms and conditions. Think of it as an assistant that helps you cut through the fine print.
And on an environmental side, Legit has a minimal footprint. Since the main functions of the program are summarizing and checking terms and conditions, the energy use is very limited. And we hope to reduce that impact even further by running on energy-efficient servers.
One of our main priorities is also to follow the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. By helping everybody understand the terms and conditions, it gives everyone an equal opportunity to seek legal protection, as highlighted in Articles 6 and 12.
But now, why choose Legit over any other tool? Because it meets users exactly where they are. Instead of scrolling through endless amounts of text full of legal jargon, our smart pop-ups appear right in your browser, helping you understand risks in context. Legit also adapts to you. You can change the text size, color, or even language, making it not only customizable, but also accessible for everyone, no matter who they are.
And privacy is built in right from the start. Users can choose when the plugin is active and can even choose which websites it monitors. All data is stored temporarily and is fully anonymous.
Legit doesn't just summarize terms and conditions. It makes them clear and understandable.
So, how can Legit be brought to life as a viable business? We reached out to different companies in Cyprus and are grateful that Malok, an AI-driven cybersecurity startup, has shown interest in Legit and has even sent us a reference letter stating that they would want to use it among their team. We are also planning on reaching out to other schools, universities, and cybersecurity organizations, such as the Digital Security Authority Cyprus.
In the future, we hope that Legit could even be made as a standalone app, compatible with smartphones and tablets. You could access it from the control center, and you can easily access and use the features just as you would on your browsers. Because behind every click of I agree, there's a threat most people never see.
For the past few minutes, you have been listening to us explain the dangers and risks of terms and conditions. And you may be thinking that these would never affect you as long as you paid attention. That no real risk could be hidden in plain sight. That terms and conditions are just words, not warnings.
You may think you'd see the danger if it were there in front of you. But in this very presentation, there's been something hiding from you this entire time. In every slide, we hid one word. So what was the real hidden meaning behind this presentation? What's hidden controls you until you choose to see it.
Thank you very much, ladies. Now, over to our judges to quiz you further.
Let's see if this is on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Well done. What an excellent pitch. And something that in the UK and in the NCSC we've been really interested in. So you've picked up on something good. But we'd love to hear a bit more about how you came up with your idea. How did you decide what to do?
Well, actually, Ambi was just doom scrolling through social media as many teenagers usually do. And she came across this post that was basically a picture of a person reading a long, long piece of paper, which were the terms and conditions. And she sent it to me and she was like, Sophia, look what I found. And I was like, but that's actually a really huge problem now in this generation. And we realized that terms and conditions are so long and complex that nobody even cares about reading them anymore. So we thought that we should create something that actually helps solve this problem and is accessible to everybody and can help people of all age groups.
That's why we created the name Legit for legitimizing terms and conditions.
I agree, excellent pitch. My question would be, after your tool is being used, in what situations and under what conditions do you think people will choose not to use a product because of what they see in the terms and conditions?
So we had this issue that why should people read the terms and conditions if in most cases you still have to accept them in order to move on with the website. So of course there are many risks when it comes to the terms and conditions, like your data being sold to third-party companies or it being used for unethical reasons, which are hidden in lots of websites which we don't even realize. And of course, one of the main options is to just omit using that website. However, there are many alternative solutions which you can take as well, such as starting a petition, emailing the company and asking them to change or discuss this issue. So there are many issues where we could try to change things, but in the end, although ignorance is bliss, it's still dangerous, which is why it's so important that you understand what you're agreeing to.
Thank you.
So I agree, very nice speech. For me, the question is, I will be interested to use your tool as well, but what you will do if the term and condition got updates?
Excuse me, could you repeat?
That the companies update the term and condition, what will you do?
Should I see? So Legit actually has a feature where there's a background service that checks on platform announcements and it scans platforms for changes and updates in the terms and conditions. And through these background checks, users can actually give us their email, and then Legit sends notifications to the users about flags or updates that may interest the user based on the platforms that they've visited recently or any websites that they've logged into.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
We've got a cybersecurity theme, haven't we? So I'm quite interested in the cybersecurity of your product, of your service. So can you tell me a little bit more about some of those features? So you could talk about the encryption, or you could talk about data storage and data deletion, or potentially how you're managing any potential vulnerabilities. Is there anything you can tell me about how you thought about cybersecurity in this?
So, well, basically, we are fully compliant with the GDPR. So Legit will delete any data stored within 30 days. And also, each user is given an anonymous ID. So basically what that means is whenever a user does any actions with the plugin, it will give it an anonymous ID, and then therefore no data or information, names will be shared. And yeah, do you want to add anything?
It's encrypted, and we try to follow as many of the EU rules as possible. We try to make it as simple as we can. We've made it with different colors, different text size. For example, we mentioned about the text size because my mother, for example, needs the text to be a bit bigger in order to read it, and we realized that that might be an issue since a lot of terms and conditions have very tiny text. So that's why we're trying to make it as accessible for everyone as possible. But of course, we're open to feedback on how to make it even better.
Thank you, girls.
So you mentioned that the tool is also sustainable, but how would you minimize the environmental impact of the AI model that you use?
So with the AI model, as we mentioned before, AI can do so many features nowadays, so summarizing the terms and conditions and checking them is one of the more simpler tasks for it. So we hope that it won't have that much of an environmental impact. However, of course, we're aware that AI does have an impact on the environment and it's a rising issue. So if we were to actually create this, we would definitely seek out for energy efficient servers, and we would try to make it as environmentally safe as possible. We would try not to use it too much, as in make users spam the reload button for the pop-ups in order to make him do unnecessary tasks which aren't needed. But this is an issue which is possible.
And also, instead of using big energy-using servers that work all the time, we are planning on just using the AI whenever the user actually inputs into the plugin. So instead of the servers running full time, they only run when a user actually uses the plugin.
Thank you.
So imagine you implement your solution. How will you increase your user adoption?
So we plan to market it through social media such as Instagram and Facebook. We would like to try and promote it through our schools, through different companies, try to collaborate with people. We'll try to get this message as further as we can. But of course, I feel personally that social media can be a very big advantage because we're trying to keep up with the everyday ways that are going on, and social media, if you can create a social media account, promote it, make people understand why it's so important, I definitely feel like they would be open to using Legit, especially considering that it's free for now.
And we're also planning to actually as she said, collaborate with schools by giving them specialized business licenses so they could use it on all school computers for students, teachers, and other staff members. And therefore, it would also increase our audience and our target market.
Let's look to the future a little bit. Imagine this is rolled out. What do you think this might look like in 5 years' time? Do you think that would you have liked to have had an impact on vendors' terms and conditions? Do you think that terms and conditions might look different in the future? Do you think your product might look different in the future? Have you had a think about sort of future technology and what that might look like?
So, well, of course, in 5 years' time, we're hoping that Legit could actually become more and more advanced and have even more features. And we are actually hoping that through this program, different platforms can actually start shortening their terms and conditions, make them easier to read, make them more accessible to everyone, and therefore just generally increase awareness throughout our society and make sure everybody knows what the dangers are and how to protect themselves from these dangers.
If I could add on to that, a lot of websites, which we noticed while we were planning our idea for Legit, has an option that says, by continuing, you automatically agree to the terms and conditions, which is obviously really unsafe because most people never even notice this. For example, an app which we noticed was Instagram, which our generation uses so much. We didn't even realize that this option was there. So hopefully, if our tool becomes more popularized and people start doing the petitions or emailing the companies, perhaps they could give the option to accept which terms and conditions they actually agree to.
Maybe one last quick question. Do you think users who see the terms and conditions will immediately be able to understand the implications? Or would you like to also make some recommendation to them on what the implications are?
So could you rephrase a bit? You mean simplifying the threats and helping them understand?
Yes.
So the browser, well, terms and conditions now, they're very long and complicated. There's a lot of complicated words, complicated language. So the extension is actually, it deploys simple, easy to read pop-ups that summarize these threats and explain exactly what each threat means. So for example, if your data may be sold to third-party apps or if there's any auto-renewing in the actual terms and conditions and so on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. That was a good quizzing and good answers. So please take your seats. A round of applause.
Thank you.
Our next team is from Moldova, and it's LoginSight from the National College of Commerce of Assam, with an online identity guardian that empowers users to sort and close forgotten logins. So please, team.
You're unbelievable.
Hello everyone. We're Team First Signal. My name is Sofia.
And I'm Sabina.
We came here with one idea, LoginSight.
Our idea is simple. We show you where you're logged in and let you manage it yourself whenever you need.
So let's start with something easy. Raise your hand. Who has ever used a computer or another device at school, at work, in a library, or a friend's device?
Exactly. We all do it.
And raise your hand, who has ever gone home later and thought, did I log out?
Good. And that's what really happens. You close the tab, shut the laptop, but the login stays behind.
Yes. That brings us to our problem. The problem is simple. Accounts stay signed in even after we think we've logged out.
Okay, like my friend said, the account stays signed in even after we think we've logged out. For most people, it's confusing because it looks like everything is closed, but in reality, your account is open. For companies, it limits access and weakens overall protection. And for security expert, it limits visibility and it makes it harder to react when something unusual happens.
This happens because of how logins are created. They are designed to stay active for a while, so you don't have to sign in every time you open the page. It makes access easier and faster, but that's why you forget it's still running, which can become a risk when the device isn't ours.
And that constant access is exactly what we wanted to solve. Login Site was created to give people a simple way to see where they're logged in and react when needed.
The solution is awareness. When you see your active session, you understand what's happening with your account.
That awareness gives you control. You decide which logins stay active and which ones close.
That control makes every login safer. So we've talked about awareness and control, and the best way to understand is through a model we've designed.
This model shows how the login site dashboard would guide users.
When you open it, you see the total number of active sessions. This information comes through OAuth, the same login system most platforms already use.
Each session appears with device, place, and time. Every users give access through OAuth, and the provider, for example, like Facebook or Google, share this data.
The colors are for clarity: green for safe, yellow for unusual, and red for risky.
When you decide to close the session, a request goes to the provider's API. The session closes itself, always with the user's approval.
Yes. Next slide. Okay. So every technology we create should respect people and the world around us. For login site, that means being legal, ethical, and sustainable from the start.
Ethical means you're never watched or tracked. The system shows you only what you already own, your own logins. Nothing is hidden and nothing runs behind your back.
Legal means privacy comes first. Login site follows data protection rules like GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation. It means you choose what to share and you can turn that access off whenever you want.
Sustainable. Sustainable means we don't waste resources. We don't rely on heavy servers or constant cloud storage. Our idea is that the app closes and clears itself whenever it's needed.
So responsibility isn't something we'll build later. It's built into every choice made for login site. Being responsible isn't only about design rules or laws. It's about what people actually experience. That's where login site shows its true impact.
So let's understand it better. Let's take a real moment. Imagine you finished a project in a computer lab. You close the tab and you rush to your next class. You think you've logged out, but you didn't. Hours later, someone else opens that browser, and your account is still there.
With login site, you'd get a quick alert on your device saying an active session was detected on another device. You open it, see where, and close it one tap. It's simple and solves a problem before it starts.
And of course, our app isn't just for students. It's for everyone, especially employees. For example, in companies where there are HR teams, IT support, people that in general log in and out all day. Login site helps them to see where they're logged in and log out faster when needed, so the company data could be protected.
And for families, it's a small helper too. Parents can detect which devices are still open in shared accounts like streaming platforms or email, and close them without confusion.
Our goal was to not give people some complicated instruction and to not understand nothing. Our goal was to let them see something visual, clear, and human, so they could not stress and see where they're logged in, not just guess.
this is the future we'll be building towards, where security isn't hidden in settings, but visible and easy to act on.
When people understand their online space better, they can protect it better. And that's what Login Site is about.
Yes. So we've talked about awareness and control and the fact that everyone uses this logins. And the idea is that people should always know where they're logged in and if their accounts are safe.
Our app, as we said, is for everyone, starting from students, ending with families. They should know where they're logged in and close it whenever they need. And they shouldn't guess, they shouldn't be stressed. They can see it clearly where they are logged in.
So that's what Login Site is about, where security is simple and visible and easy to act on.
Because awareness isn't just a future for us, it's our interface. And security is the output.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. My question is, have you thought about how you will implement this in a real world situation? Where do you think this tool needs to be deployed in order to see where all the active sessions are?
Like a website? Sorts
Yes.
technical part?
So do you imagine that this is a standalone tool that runs on your device? Or do you also want to install it on servers across the apps that use maybe on Instagram servers or WhatsApp servers? What do you think the model would be?
So the idea behind Login Site is that it is an independent application because it's like a messenger, and the user actually decides what to do with it, which accounts to check, and to actually provide the authorization to do so. As we mentioned before, we used OAuth and API. API being the most used method of messaging between application and websites. It's secure, and yeah, so it's in independent form, and the user can use it every day easy without the need of it being besides another application or behind another application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So how did you come up with this concept?
Yeah, so we had to make an idea, and I personally have a lot of emails or accounts on Instagram, Facebook, email, to make it sortable. And I had an issue that I wasn't sure exactly where I was logged in. And I wanted to check, but I had to go through every app and go behind the settings. It's hidden in settings. And I talked with Sabina that it's really an issue that many people don't really think of. But yes, so it's for everyone. And the main reason why we wanted to choose this one is because it's for usual people, common people. For companies, it's really easy to use. For companies, IT managers, to check if a person is logged into their work account, or if the person is not only working anymore there, and so to log in remotely. Log out remotely. So yeah.
And also to add, a situation that gave us the idea and made us do it was like I gave her my laptop one day, and I left my Instagram on my laptop, but I didn't log out. And she was like, why didn't you close it? Someone else could have entered and wrote instead of you and do some bad things to you. And in that moment, we thought, okay, that could be a good idea. And also, app should send notification that it's been like 2 hours and you didn't log that yet. Do you want to, or do you need to?
The location is, or the name of a device is like public PC. You're not really supposed to let your account stay signed in into a public PC. Yeah.
Thank you. So you talk about user who doesn't know about this issue. How do you plan to market your solution?
I think this idea is really easy to market because it's simple. It doesn't really have to have difficult meanings or reasons behind it. It's that you can check, you can see, and you can close it. Yeah.
Yes, but of course we want to promote it in school and different institutes. Like as entrepreneurs, we will try to do something for free. Try to discuss with students, make some on Instagram account, promote it everywhere, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, everywhere we can. And also tell the people how important this app is, and not just another app on your phone that will stay and do nothing.
And I also think that companies will be attracted to it. It's gonna be way easier to manage every accounts that hundreds of accounts in the work, and there are also business PCs that you get at work, and it's confusing, but this solves the problem. This makes it easier.
So one last question for me, and after I give the micro. So yeah, I was thinking about your solution for corporate view. So imagine if the IT manager use your tool for looking for logins for the employees. How do you manage the GDPR? Because when I was listening to your presentation, it was more about the user has control of his login and only him. So how do you implement that in a corporate world?
For companies, probably will be a slight change in the rules. Maybe there will be the head of the company that will have access, and also the employee that works with that accounts and that logins. So everything could be legit, and we are open to changes and think about different situations in companies or other situations.
Also, I wanted to mention that this idea promotes data safety for a company, as it's really important to make company data discreet and to not leak out through past workers or maybe forgotten logins. Yeah, so that's.
Thank you.
Well done, girls. Really excellent pitch. I've got a question that's more about cybersecurity. On one of your slides, you had your wonderful user interface where you've got different colors. And so you had sort of green and safe, for instance. Can you tell me what the criteria is for it to be green and safe?
So it's based on, as I said, device name. If it's a device name that's really suspected and risky, it's gonna be marked either unusual or risky, or time, last login. That means when it was last active, and it's going to be marked if it's gonna be like 24 hours and more. It works. It's not really possible for a person to. It's gonna be active for 24 hours or more. So it's also going to be marked. There's also statistics. So it shows which devices at which time. It's going to be a bit more detailed, so you can choose to see it, or you can just stick to simple usage.
And also another aspect, it will be that in our app, you'll be able to choose your main devices. So it will be more better. If you log in on your devices, it will be like safer. We will only send a notification that you just didn't log out. So that could be risky, but also green. But otherwise, we will put risky when you connect on other devices, because it's something unusual than in daily life, and yes.
It's all the information that it is present in the world. It's it's nothing new. It's presented in front of you and selected from other providers. We're just really taking that information from the provider with the permission of the user and giving it in front of you so you see it and understand it easily.
Thank you, girls.
How do you think, if when you inform a user that they have logged into a public device, what are the steps do you think they will take next? They've been logged into a public device and they see it. What are the next steps for that user?
What are the next steps?
The next steps of using it?
Yes. So you've logged into a public device and you forgot about it, and they use your interface and they're able to see that they are still logged in. What would the next steps be for that user?
So we use API, and we'll send a message to the provider with the user's authorization to close it. It's like a request to close it. It also can do everything, like a request to, I'm not sure, like every possibility that the provider already has, close it, manage it, sign into another device. I think it could be possible to do it, but it's just mainly this, just close it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. Well done. And our final finalist is from the UK. It's Cookie Crumbler, with a solution that keeps all customers safe, providing them with the tools to navigate cookies safely.
You're unbelievable.
Can you believe 6,000 cookies are eaten every hour? What about the cookies that don't disappear from your plates, the ones that stay with you forever?
Every single hour, more than 10 million digital cookies are leaked online.
But that's where we come in. Hi, I'm Alice.
I'm Gia.
I'm Sahani. And I'm Denisha. We're Cookie Crumbler. And we give you the facts so you decide what to keep and what to crumble.
But what are cookies? Cookies are small text files containing all kinds of information, from how you use the site, your preferences, and storing your details to keep you logged onto platforms. As harmless as this may sound, they are extremely vulnerable to data theft, the illegal sharing of your personal and sensitive data without your knowledge. This is becoming an ever-pressing issue, with cookie files continue being released onto the dark web for anyone to access.
But why do people click accept if they're so dangerous? While websites are legally obligated to ask for user consent, many organizations bypass this through backdoors. Instead of offering a simple reject all button, they bury it behind confusing menus. Dark design is a deliberate strategy, using bright colors to automatically nudge you into clicking, forcing people to choose between convenience and privacy.
To make matters worse, companies are sugarcoating options with harmless sounding names, such as legitimate or necessary, masking what's actually going on. In the end, you share your data, all because of a click that was never a fair choice.
And because of that, more than 94 billion cookie files have been sold onto the dark web. Think about it. How much information is contained in even just one of these files? How much harm could that do? Data theft on such a large scale poses risks to people from all over the planet, physically and mentally.
Women searching for domestic violence, shelters, and support have been tracked by cookies. Due to the shared household network, abusers have been able to see targeted ads related to the women's search histories, massively compromising their safety.
This isn't a one-off. The EFF found third-party tracking scripts on reproductive and healthcare sites targeting women seeking abortions.
With Cookie Crumbler, we plan to directly address these key problems, keeping our users safe and providing them with the tools to easily navigate websites. 54% of people surveyed said that they clicked accept because they didn't have the time to read the terms and conditions. Cookie Crumbler saves users time by providing an AI overview of key information, so users don't have to read the full text.
Exactly. And with so many users unaware of the dangers hidden in policies, Cookie Crumbler educates users by highlighting critical clauses. When given the option to accept cookies appears, it explains the risks through simplified terminology. This not only makes it accessible, but provides an opportunity for users to make their own decisions. Our goal is to reduce the 93% who blindly accept cookies to 0, empowering everyone to make their own decisions online.
When 86% of users believe cookies are safe, we don't have a small problem, we have a crisis of awareness. That told us something had to change. Our solution is a web extension that turns blind acceptance into informed decisions.
Cookie Crumbler, the solution to all your cookie-related problems. Well, except the sugary kind. Powered by AI, it's a tool that helps you navigate what's safe and what might track, sell, or share your data, helping keep you and your information safe online.
As you can see here, Cookie Crumbler gives a short summary of key terms and conditions. Below it, a list of risks associated with accepting the cookies. A simple button will enable you to reject all. No need to manually navigate every clause, keeping you efficient without sacrificing your privacy.
Our development process is comprised of 6 clear steps. Our first course of action is creating the web extension using a mixture of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and JSON. This will ensure it's compatible across all major web browsers. Next, we'll train the AI on a large database of terms and conditions to ensure it can recognize the risks of cookies across any site.
Throughout this process, the AI on web extension will be continually updated to ensure it becomes as efficient as possible. From here, the essential stages of testing begin. With a small group of users, we check the AI works and the extension functions correctly.
Then, by introducing Cookie Crumbler to a larger testing pool, we'll be able to scale our solution to handle many users and multiple web pages open at the same time. Finally, when our product is launched and in use across the world, the updates to our AI and platform will continue. This will guarantee an optimal user experience. And if users have any issues or feedback related to the web extension, a user chatbot and helpline will be available.
So let's take Cookie Crumbler from recipe to reality. We'll need investors to cover AI integration, testing, and development. The good news is we won't be starting from scratch. We'll partner with companies that share similar goals and core values to keep us morally accountable. And for this, we've identified 3 exciting opportunities. Now, if you were to make a web extension like ours, what specification points would you guys have? Well, we wanted someone who focused on AI security and user privacy. That's why we looked into the AISI. We also considered the UKRI's program, which would allow us to partner with universities and civil society bodies. Next, Cyberlocal, supporting UK cybersecurity, perfectly aligns with our mission for innovation. Finally, to power our AI sustainably, we'd partner with providers like Cowdata. They're designed for high-demand AI workloads while making the smallest environmental impact as possible. We know AI can be energy and water intensive, which is why we're committed to net zero by working only with sustainable providers run entirely on renewable energy. That's because Cookie Crumbler protects what's on your plate and makes sure that the planet doesn't pay the price.
We prioritise our users' safety by preventing third-party access to their information, allowing us to uphold our core value of transparency. Through this approach, we will help reduce the digital divide, enabling users of all ages and backgrounds to safely navigate the internet and protect themselves from data theft.
From a legal perspective, no user data will be stored, ensuring full compliance with GDPR. Initially, our product will only be available in the UK. This is due to the various legislative laws across the world. We will later expand to other jurisdictions. By aligning with the government's AI cybersecurity code of practice, we will adequately test, evaluate, and monitor our systems. This is a guidance-based product. Think of it like a recipe for baking cookies. Our goal is to make sure that users make informed, confident decisions.
So why have we designed this extension? Who is it for?
A study done by Dr. Kavila Kupumattu at King's College London found that women were 4 times more likely to go to friends and family for online safety advice, and were far less likely to access real security tools.
This tells us one thing. Online privacy was never designed with women in mind. Without women shaping the future of technology, we risk building systems that don't serve the world equally.
Additionally, we're reaching for the non-technical audience, those often left behind in the digital evolution, all the way from young, educated users, such as you in the audience, to people in remote villages with little access to internet education.
And by leading with our core values, we don't just find an audience, we attract a community that believes in our mission.
We started by asking, are you really in control of your cookies?
We're here to give you that control,
protect your privacy,
keep it transparent,
and do it sustainably.
We're Cookie Crumbler, and we give you the facts so you decide what to keep and what to crumble.
Thank you very much. But first question is, how did you come up with this concept?
So we're in a computing lesson when our teacher presented the opportunity to us, and we were sort of debating, oh, what should we do? And we went on a walk to the school canteen where Gia picked up a cookie. And that sort of got us thinking, well, you know, cookies, we see them every day, you know, possibly buy them far more than we should. And yet the digital cookies are never spoken about. Like in a grammar school, which is an educated environment, 84% of people thought they were safe. It's a conversation that we need to start, and we need to start now.
Thank you.
Thank you, girls. Brilliant presentation. Well done. I'm quite interested in, well, it's always a difficult thing. How do we communicate risks to users, to the people using it? And I'm going to build on your cookie metaphor. So when you've got this, you present to your users their lists of risks, and actually if you're eating a double choc cookie, you might present that risk in terms of, you know, number of calories in it or the fat content. What can you tell us more about what those risks might say? So how would you present digital cookie risks to your users?
So in terms and conditions and cookies, they use a lot of legal jargon. It's very hard to understand, regardless of your background with security or not. Our goal is to use the AI to make it simplified as possible. So it'll be explained, like you'd be able to explain it to a 5-year-old. It needs to be simple, it needs to be accessible, because we're reaching for as many people as possible. Because this is a global issue, this does not affect just one audience.
In addition, like one of the risks that is a lot of hidden in the terms and conditions are, we reserve the right to sell your data. And, you know, that's such a pressing issue, and different companies, you know, sell them to different places and word it differently, you know. Who has a legitimate interest? You know, it's such a blurry line. So we want to actually expose, what does that mean? You know, we're not just passing your data on to everyone in the world. Let's keep it secure.
So you'd have things like where your data might be passed on to, that kind of thing. Have you got as far as testing anything, testing a sort of beta version or anything like this, or just in the ideas stage?
This is just the design stage. We would be happy to explore this, but this is just an initial prototype.
I'd just like to add, this is the design stage, but what I've noticed from going on websites, as we mentioned earlier, not all websites offer a reject tool, and if you go through the entire list of third-party vendors who they're sharing their data to, it's very inefficient. I've tested out myself. I think it took half an hour, and I didn't even get halfway. So I think this will sort of help us, and when we get to the testing stages, this will be rather efficient.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you for the great presentation. My question is, there are studies that show now with a lot of these, all websites popping up these cookie accept and reject cookies, users get fatigued from making these decisions constantly. So how will your tool fit into that user flow? Will it help them make that decision easier? Because now they also have to read the summary, they have to make a decision. At least, earlier they would blindly accept and reject, but now they have more information that needs to be processed. So how would you help users that way?
So our user interface is made so it's accessible to all people. So first of all, like many web extensions, it will first pop up when cookies appear on the page. So it's obvious and users know where to look at. So if you hover over it, as we showed over, it will show this whole web extension. And at the bottom was just a big, bright reject all button. Like Sahani talked about dark design, we use that to our advantage to push them towards rejecting the cookies instead of accepting them. So it's just a simple one button.
So by default, the recommendation would be to reject the cookies when you use the extension.
Yes.
Yes, and we're a guidance-based product. We're educating users. It's not just about rejecting all cookies, it's about informing everyone about why you're doing this. Because why should you drink this glass of water? You don't know what's in it. We're giving you why as well.
Thank you.
So you were talking about educate the user. So with your tool, but how do you market then?
So as marketing, we have our cookies, we have our cookie crumbler. We would like, I think Alice knows best about our unique selling point.
So we want to educate users. We don't want to encourage people to just blindly follow another craze, sit all the time on social media. So we were planning to split it 70-30, 70% social media, we've got great cookies and you can do all sorts of things on there. But we also want 30% on stuff like radio and newspapers, because part of our target audience is the people who don't have access to digital education. And by using social media, we're further cutting them off, whereas these people might be more likely to listen to the radio, enabling us to really reach everyone.
Additionally, we talked about women, and we particularly want to market to women. And we thought, especially through that study which I mentioned, we want to market to women. We have to market towards families, so through ads. So families are made aware of this product through appealing ads and marketing strategies. It will be passed on to women through that way. So when we can use it to our advantages.
Thank you. And sorry. So imagine, so your user use your solution. They are aware of the issue, but then how do you see your solution in 5 years? How do you increase your user adoption?
Yes, so we have a year-by-year plan. In year one, we're targeting like schools and families to ensure that the message is out there. We want, first of all, the message is to be out there. Then second year is when we start implementing our freemium plans and our web extension is more marketed as opposed to the message. And then in year 3 to year 5, we're going to collect the statistics of if the website works correctly and how the user interactions of it. And then based on that, we are thinking of like future plans. So for example, apps, or further including things in our freemium plan to just make it accessible.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks, guys. I was going to ask a similar question. I guess it's related in terms of you started off your presentation with a story about domestic abuse, and actually, so related to that, really, what impact do you hope this could have, not just on those individual users that are helping, but just generally, where would you like to see this going? If you were, where's your passion? What do you want to change about the world?
Well, when we started, we did first look at domestic abuse victims, because any search results they do, they get targeted ads, and that's all devices on the network, so that will include the abuser. That's sort of where our main idea was born from. So our goal would sort of be reducing that, making sure that you only see what's for you. No one else in your house knows what you're up to, what you're searching, because that's private, that's to you. It's like seeing your innermost secrets, and that's what we aim to reduce.
I think additionally onto that, we want to encourage governments, there needs to be more legislation around this. The fact that there are so many loopholes in the law at the minute, we need to reduce that, because companies shouldn't be allowed to manipulate the consumer into giving across their data. Because then what does privacy become? It becomes meaningless if every time we're accessing a website, we're just sharing all of our data.
Great, thank you.
Did you consider also deleting cookies which are no longer used from websites that a user no longer visits? Was that also considered? Why or why not?
Ours is more of a preventative measure. That would be something we'd look to implement maybe in the future if we had the funding and stuff for it, because obviously once data is out there, it's very hard to get back, which is why we are focusing on reducing that rather than getting rid of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I think we can all agree that all teams deserve a very big round of applause. So let's give a big round of applause to every single one of them. Now, madam members of the jury, you have the very tough task of going through what you've heard, putting together your notes and coming up with an overall winner. But I want to thank you as well for those quiz questions you put to them. You didn't give them a particularly easy ride. I think some of the questions were challenging, and they all rose to that challenge extremely well. So thank you very much. You now may leave us to go and do your deliberations to work out who is going to be our overall winner. So I know this is keeping us all on tenterhooks and really drawing out the suspense. And of course, I'm doing that quite deliberately, because this is not the only competition that we have happening today. As many of you already know, we've had an ongoing Audience Choice Award. So over the past month, that has been running online, and the public has been voting for their favourite idea. We received nearly 2,500 individual votes, and so now it is time to find out who won the public's heart. So please welcome to the stage to present the Audience Choice Award, Hannah Warringer, Impact Officer at Enhance Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. On behalf of the Enhance Alliance, I would like to invite the winners of the Audience Choice Award to visit one of our universities. We in Enhance are a strong network of 10 leading and research-intensive universities of science and technology all across Europe, and we are very excited to meet you. So this visit will be the perfect opportunity for you to meet our researchers, fellow students, fellow colleagues, and actually experience firsthand what's it like to study STEM. Without further ado, the Audience Choice Award goes to the team Cookie Crumbler from the UK. Congratulations. Please come up.
Everyone, please come into the middle for a photograph. We're all there together. Another big round of applause. Very well done indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Hannah. Andrew. Yeah. So, I think we'll give the jury another few minutes to deliberate. And while I do that, let me tell you a little bit more about the prize that's up for grabs. And it is from Cambridge University Press and Assessment. The winning team of today's pitch challenge will get to travel to Cambridge and to meet in person many of those inspiring women that have gone ahead maybe in the footsteps, but will also be able to give them the motivation and the inspiration to continue and conclude indeed their ongoing journey to really bring the Women in STEM message to everyone. So they will visit the campus, they will explore the Cambridge University and Press Assessment Office, and they will have the chance to immerse themselves in that world. So I'm going to bring back on stage from Cambridge University Press and Assessment, Vincent Chevalier. Please welcome. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, I'm very happy to be here presenting in the name of Cambridge University Press and Assessment and to announce the winner. So congratulations to the Cyprus team and well done, well done. Well done to you both.
Very well done, ladies. We've got so many things to give you as well as this, and we need to get a photographer here to get a fantastic picture of Hannah and our winners.
So, just a quick word. So I work for Cambridge University Press and Assessment, and we're part of the University of Cambridge, which is known all over the world for its contribution to society through world-class education. At Cambridge, we believe that success begins with curiosity, commitment, and hard work. And that's exactly what you've shown. Through this challenge, you've developed key digital and problem-solving skills that will help shape a better, safer, and more sustainable future. A special thank you goes to your teachers who have been there, I'm sure, with you every step of the way to guide you, to support you, and value your efforts. Like your friends and family, they are no doubt very proud of what you've achieved, and so can you. As the winners of the Cybersecurity Challenge, you've tackled issues that are central to our digital world: protecting data, systems, and people. Trained with skills such as problem solving, creativity, and critical analysis, you're now ready to make the next step on your journey. And that journey will soon take you to Cambridge, where our team has prepared a 3-day visit filled with inspiration and discovery. They will include tours of the Press Museum, the Assessment Archive, and the iconic Cambridge Bookshop. While visiting our head office, you will be presenting your project to our central cybersecurity team and meeting with mentors who are already looking forward to meeting you. We hope your time in Cambridge is both memorable and inspiring, opening doors to new ideas and connections. So once again, well done and congratulations on your hard work.
Thank you.
And please welcome back our jury.
Thank you
Please
so much.
join the ladies on stage for yet more photo opportunities. Take out your smartphones as well. You can take a few photographs as well. Congratulations. And I think we want to get a photograph with all three teams. As I said, we had hundreds of entrants for this, so all three teams are winners here today. So please come and join us on stage for a photograph. And perhaps we can get the teachers on as well, those who have accompanied the young women on their trips today. If you want to come and join them on stage as well for a photograph, come on. It's worth getting everybody up here to get a real sense of how much work has gone into this. So, 1, 2, 3, everybody say STEM. STEM! Thank you all very much indeed. I will let you go back to your seats. We will have many more opportunities for photographs and sharing of congratulations as we take a break in just a moment. But what an inspiring day it has been. I hope everyone joining online as well has felt the energy in the room here today. It has been very inspiring, very motivating, and very encouraging. A huge thank you to our speakers and our moderators, the jury members, and of course, all our brilliant students and their teachers who are here today. Your creativity and ideas really show how the next generation is shaping Europe's digital future, and it is great to see. We're going to be green, we're going to be digital, and above all, we're going to be courageous. So thank you all very much for joining us for the first part of the second day of the EIT Educations and Skills. I know many of you in the room have different events planned for this afternoon. For those of you joining online, please come back and rejoin us at 2 o'clock for our EIT Higher Education Initiative. We've still got a lot to talk about. For now, enjoy your break and have a great day.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jennifer Baker.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to those of you who are just joining us for this, the final and fourth block of the EIT Education and Skills Days, and a warm welcome back to our online audience. As you just heard, I'm Jennifer Baker. I'm the MC, trying to make sure that everything stays on time during our very packed agenda. Yesterday morning, we heard all about the EIT skills academies and what we really need to set in place for the future, and a key word there was collaboration. We also heard about the Deep Tech Talent Initiative and, of course, the STEM tech talent that is required to drive the future of Europe. This morning, we focused on women and girls in STEM, looking at the need for increased diversity. All of these things, of course, come together with the unified aim of creating a better, more digital, more creative Europe for all of us that we want to live in. Now, for this final block, we are going to focus on the EIT Higher Education Initiative. But to open this proceedings and to set the scene for us, please welcome Ingrid Rigler, Deputy Head of Unit for Innovation and EIT at DG EAC, that's the Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture within the European Commission.
Good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. It's a pleasure for me to kickstart this afternoon session of today, which will be on the role of higher education institutions in and for innovation and entrepreneurship, and especially, as our presenter said, the EIT Higher Education Institutions HEI initiative. Before you dive deeper into the various sessions of this afternoon, let me give you a short introductory remarks and also a very short introduction to the EIT HEI initiative. So, Europe's universities have always been places where curiosity and creativity meet. They are the foundation of our research excellence, and they're also the source of the talent that powers our economies. Having said that, today we face challenges of a different magnitude, and these challenges range from technological disruption to the clean and digital transitions, which require new measures. So, universities, against these challenges, need to do more than educate students, conduct research, and advance knowledge. They must also try to become active engines of innovation. And this is exactly the underlying purpose of the EIT Higher Education Initiative. It helps universities strengthen their innovation and entrepreneurship capacity, so to make them more innovative and entrepreneurial as institutions as a whole, and to connect them with the innovation ecosystems that the EIT KICs, the knowledge and innovation communities, can offer. Because these KICs are ecosystems that turn ideas into impact. So looking at the EIT HEI initiative, it started in 2021, and since then it has funded numerous projects which led to 90,000 students, academics and non-academic staff being trained on innovation and entrepreneurship skills. It has encouraged many cooperations with businesses, and it has also supported more than 1,700 startups and scale-ups. So we would say so far so good, or even excellent, I would say. However, let's look a little bit into the future. The EIT is now preparing the launch of its new call for the HEI initiative. And this call really comes at the right moment. Why? Because it will directly contribute to the two new Commission initiatives, the Union of Skills and the STEM Education Strategic Plan. And actually that STEM Education Strategic Plan aims to train 200,000 students, academics and staff, in innovation skills, entrepreneurship education, and intellectual property management. And this figure should be reached by 2028. And actually, that strategy also mentions particularly the EIT and the EIT HEI initiative as a tool to get there. Therefore, the next call, the 2025 call of the EIT HEI initiative will be geared towards the STEM fields. And the focus on STEM reflects a simple truth. Science, technology, engineering and maths are not only disciplines, they are also the drivers of Europe's future competitiveness and sustainability. But the HEI call 2025 will also have another novelty. It will create closer ties with the European University Alliances, a flagship of the Erasmus Plus program, and that has also been mentioned in the STEM Education Strategic Plan. We think that creating more synergies between the EIT and the European University Alliances is long overdue, because by connecting the two, we are linking the strength of our academic networks with the dynamism of our innovation ecosystems. And together they can generate ideas and skills and startups that Europe needs to lead the next wave of technological and societal transformation. Working with the KICs gives alliances, and of course also other consortia that will apply, access to real-world challenges, industrial partnerships and pathways from research to market that only few other networks apart from the KICs provide. So projects under this call will strengthen research to market pathways, create entrepreneurship hubs, offer challenge-based learning that brings innovation directly into the classroom, embed innovation and intellectual property management in STEM curricula, and ultimately help students not only to know how to solve problems, but how actually to turn solutions into value for the society, for the environment, and for the economy. So a couple of words in conclusion. Through the EIT HEI initiative, we help reinforce the foundation of a Europe that is more competitive, more resilient, more innovative, and more united in its pursuit of a knowledge-driven growth. And actually, this is Europe's unique advantage, our ability to cooperate across borders, to bring together excellence from all corners of the continent, and to turn diversity into a collective strength. For us, the EIT HEI initiative is more than just a program. It is a movement towards a Europe where education and innovation can reinforce one another, where universities drive real entrepreneurship and where knowledge becomes the engine of our shared prosperity. Innovations can be put to the market for the benefit of all. So with that, I wish you a very interesting afternoon on the innovation capacity of our universities in general and the EIT HEI initiative in particular. Thank you.
Thank you very much for opening this block, Ingrid. Now, as you just heard, this is going to be all about the the Higher Education Initiative. And our first speaker, Dolores Volkert, is head of the EIT Higher Education Initiative, so knows more than a thing or two about it. You're going to hear about its purpose, impact and strategic relevance, as well as its contribution to EU priorities, including the Union of Skills and the Startup and Scale-up Strategy. Dolores will also give us a little bit of an insight into what's next as well. But before she takes to the stage, let's have a look at a video to see what it's all about.
This is where it starts. A blank page and a blueprint that takes society into uncharted territory. In 1989, a simple idea by Tim Berners-Lee reshaped the planet. With CERN's backing, Tim turned the World Wide Web into a worldwide phenomenon. But it took more than funding and infrastructure to realize Tim's vision. The internet took flight when technology adopters saw the potential. So the lesson is clear. There is no shortage of bold ideas. But without nurturing, they remain just that, ideas. Behind every great innovator is a great supporter. The EIT Higher Education Initiative exists to clear the path for pioneers like Tim. We provide the framework partners need to bring innovations to market. And because we believe innovation should have no borders, we remove the barriers that stand in their way, and we trust institutions to define their needs. But we offer something else that's just as valuable. A place in Europe's largest innovation community. By connecting higher education, industry and research, we forge pivotal partnerships. Partnerships tackling the world's greatest challenges. At every step, we're there to guide them. And we do it because it works. We're launching bold new products, startups and careers. We're taking ideas out of labs and into the real world. We're changing mindsets, and we're delivering for Europe. Building a reputation on the global stage, creating jobs and investment opportunities, and helping policymakers deliver on their commitments. We're powering the green transition and advancing digital transformation, because the future of innovation starts with higher education. The future of innovation starts here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dolores Volkert, and I am delighted to welcome you all on behalf of the EIT Higher Education Initiative. Knowledge has always been Europe's greatest strength. For centuries, our universities have shaped the ideas that built the modern Europe. So advancing science, inspiring culture, and educating generations of thinkers and leaders. But today, knowledge is actually not enough. Europe doesn't have a problem coming up with great ideas. But the question really is, how do we turn those ideas into impact? And that is exactly why the EIT Higher Education Initiative exists. To help higher education institutions to move from being places where ideas are created to becoming real engines of innovation and impact. We help higher education institutions to unlock their full potential to innovate. We help them make innovation and entrepreneurship part of their everyday life and DNA. We connect education and research with businesses and society, and we help universities to create the spaces where people can test their ideas, take risks, and make change happen. Since our start in 2021, we have supported hundreds of HEIs in more than 40 countries. Together, we have trained thousands of innovators, launched new collaborations, and strengthened the organizations as catalysts for regional growth. The results are actually visible everywhere. Students are gaining real-world innovation skills, staff modernizing how they work, and new partnerships forming between higher education, academia, businesses, and local communities. But maybe most importantly, we are seeing a cultural shift from research excellence alone to research that delivers real social and economic value. And that is what it means, moving from education to innovation. But the higher education initiative is not just another EU funding program. We are part of Europe's vision for the future. We help build a Europe of skills, giving people what they actually need to thrive in the green and digital transformation. We support startups and scale-ups, helping higher education institutions become launchpads for new ventures that grow here in Europe. And we connect to the STEM education strategic plan, making sure our scientific excellence translates into competitiveness and innovation. In short, we are an ecosystem builder for education and innovation, for policy and practice, and for research and entrepreneurship. And I'm really delighted that today we have an exciting announcement to make. So later this year, we will launch our newest call for proposals, a 70 million euro opportunity to boost, again, Europe's innovation capacity. With this call, we invite higher education institutions and their partners to take a truly holistic approach, to rethink how their organizations work, to strengthen entrepreneurship in their curricula, to build stronger partnerships with businesses and regional organizations, and to share what they have learned so others can also grow. And we will also invite European Universities Alliances to expand their innovation and entrepreneurship capacity through the EIT ecosystem and its KICs. So more details will follow later this year, but today I already invite you to imagine how you and your organization can really be part of this next call we're going to have, this next chapter of Europe's innovation story. But the progress we have seen so far actually proves that innovation grows when we work together. So that is why we are focusing on 4 pillars. It's collaboration, it's leadership, it's inclusion, and it's scale. Collaboration for connecting education, research, and businesses, so ideas can actually move faster. Leadership to empower people in universities to lead change from within. Inclusion to bring in diverse voices, because innovation really needs every perspective. And scale, making sure that those great ideas don't just stay local, but will be shared and they can grow and inspire others across Europe. So through these 4 pillars, we will keep building a learning community, one that shares success, but also failures, one that grows together, and that turns into Europe's everyday culture of innovation. So Europe's universities have really shown what is possible when innovation becomes part of their mission. So now it's time for all of you to also use this momentum and turn it into impact. And that is why I invite you again to also look at the QR code and think about how you would like to be part of our next journey with the upcoming call. So let's keep moving from education to innovation. And let's do it together. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dolores. I mentioned at the outset that collaboration was one of the key words, and her parting remarks there, let's do it together, is something that will resonate with so many of you I know here today. Now, I mentioned what we've been looking at before over these 2 days of EIT Education and Skills. I'll now give you a sneak peek on what you can expect for this afternoon. We'll kick off with a keynote, and then we will move into 3 panel discussions, which will be chaired by my colleague Simon Pickard. The panels are, first, building Europe's innovation-ready talent ecosystem. Then we'll be looking at the power of the university-industry collaboration. And finally, looking at how we can embed the entrepreneurial mindset in higher education. So really looking at where Europe can be at the nexus of the changes we want to see and really deliver that forward-looking agenda that I know so many of you are passionate about. Simon will run this afternoon. As I mentioned, Simon Pickard, Network Director of Science Business, will introduce you to our keynote, will guide you through all those panels, and will take on the challenge of putting all the great questions that I'm sure many of you have to his excellent speakers. So I will take a short break and hand you over to the very capable hands of Simon.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a bit of an existential risk up here with this screen. Fortunately, I'm only 1.70 m, but I think some of our speakers will have to be quite careful as they come out on stage for this afternoon's sessions. So it's a pleasure to be here and to moderate this afternoon's discussions. As Jennifer kindly mentioned, I'm Simon Pickard. I'm the Network Director at Science Business. For those of you who may be a little less familiar with who we are and what we do, we're Europe's leading news company dedicated to research and innovation policy matters. And we also have a large network of international organizations championing research, innovation and education across Europe and beyond, which happily includes the EIT. So, today's discussions, this afternoon's in particular, very much framed by the current European Commission's mandate. And we've heard a little bit from Ingrid about that, a little bit from Dolores, but just to recap, this mandate is unusual, some might argue exceptional, in the importance that it attributes to research, innovation, education, and skills as key drivers of some of Europe's strategic goals for the next few years. Whether or not the member states, try again? Okay. Remains to be seen whether the member states and the European Parliament agree with that in the negotiations to follow, but that's not the context of today's discussions. It's about how we move forward with the leading organizations who are driving Europe's research, innovation, and education performance, and in particular, universities. So, we're going to get things going with an opening keynote and then a short fireside chat with a very, very impressive figure who will join me in just a moment, Hannes Rafazeda, who unusually has 3 presidential hats: the president of St. Pölten University of Applied Sciences, president of the UDRES European University, and also EURASH, the European Association of Institutes of Higher Education, who's going to share his thoughts on how we can better channel, harness the power of the triple mandate of universities to reshape Europe's future. So please join me in welcoming Hannes to the stage. Hannes, if you'd like to take the podium and then come and sit afterwards, but over to you, the floor is yours.
All right, I'm happy to be here with you. Thanks for the kind introduction. Thanks, I'm honored for the invitation. I'm happy to be here, even if I will miss my Lindy Hop dancing class back home in Vienna today. I will try to tackle 3 simple questions. Why do we need the triple mandates? How can we implement it maybe better? What can we do? What are good practices? It's always hard to predict the future, but we can have a look into the past. I took this picture in the ghost town of Bodø. You can look into the classroom as it was left more than 100 years ago. And yes, I was happy that at least the heating systems changed. I see still a lot of similarities to our today's classroom. So change happens only very, very, very slow in higher education. Then I walked through the parks in Vienna and I said, maybe this could be the future of universities. We have to deal with more and more with students that perceive the world around us by staring at the screen and listening through headphones. So maybe we have to take another step. Of course, we live in a global world, and of course we're facing global competition. So yes, maybe we need always evidence, and some people think if you are rich, then you have success. I'm not sure if this is the best idea, but why not call the richest man in this world and ask Elon Musk about higher education? And yes, he already several years ago said, college is basically for fun, but not for learning. Ideally, you dropped out. So I asked the artificial intelligence, Microsoft Copilot, and Copilot came up with this cartoon. And I think still we have the older, gray-haired, usually men, male leaders, just like me, still stuck in their academic traditions, having fun with academic habits, while everything cracks down and where we lose the connection with society, with industry, with the talents. And if you don't like Copilot, you can also ask Google Gemini about these questions and get another idea. So definitely the question is, quo vadis Europe? As you can find in the town of my small university in St. Pölten, written on the town hall there. And quo vadis Europe? So what is good that we have this initiative, Choose Europe for Science. Yes, I think this is a strong message, and I had the honor to be invited to the Sorbonne when President Macron and Ursula von der Leyen presented this initiative. But it was really scary that more or less on the same day we got the other side, and we got this picture from our colleagues at Sumi State University after their university were bombed and they didn't find their international office anymore. So choose Europe for science, not that clear in every sense. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to blame the academic ivory towers. I think we have to ensure, let's preserve academic ivory towers as the last safe spaces to protect the freedom of science and education and independent thinking. But we need a European approach to higher education, and this should not be like it is in these cartoons. No, we just study it. You go out there and do it and implement it. Or is this really, this is really an innovative approach? But I'm afraid we can't consider it. It has never been done before. I think this still sounds quite familiar if you speak with colleagues in higher education. And also, I got this picture from a colleague of mine, a media artist, and I think what is maybe true for the arts is similar in many aspects to higher education. It's definitely important that we get ourselves out of our tiny little bubbles that we are still facing in our disciplines, our faculties, and so on. And many things of what is ongoing today reminds me on this. I, at least, am old enough. Some of you might remember there was a TV series called The Fraggles back in the 1980s. And there, this was definitely before the internet came up. And there they already had the all-knowing, all-seeing trash heap where you could go and ask everything. This is a little bit a metaphor for today's situation. We have the all-knowing, all-seeing trash heap. And yes, I I like this statement from the Austrian designer Stefan Sagmeister. He did the happiness film and the happy show, and he said complaining is silly. Either act or forget. So this is why we need to implement the triple mandate. How can we do it? What are our opportunities? First of all, very simple said, but quite challenging to proceed. We need a much more learner-centered. Everyone, we speak about the student-centered teaching and learning. Let's take this serious. We need really a learner-centered, opportunity-driven, impact-oriented university. We have to promote the talents, the skills, the applied research for smart and sustainable regions. When we really want to do this, it's totally clear, and again, we have to take it serious. We have to strive for excellence with pioneering work, with cutting-edge solutions. Excellence, but what kind of excellence? No one is perfect in everything. Of course, excellence can mean, in some aspects, being top in the Times Higher Education ranking, for instance. But we have to make sure that we don't forget there are many other options of being excellent. Excellent in bridging innovation gaps, excellent in inclusion, excellence in collaborating with regional stakeholders, and so on. So strive for excellence, but make sure in which domain you are active. Enhance diversity. When you speak with the most successful innovators and entrepreneurs in the Silicon Valley, at least in the second sentence, they say diversity is key. It's clear this is one of the biggest strengths of Europe, our diversity. We have to enhance it, and we have to find ways to bridge excellence and diversity. This challenges us. But we are very well aware about the concept of smart specialization of European regions. I think we need a similar concept in higher education, smart specialization of higher education institutions, just focusing on your specific domain and strive for excellence there, collaborate with some others, really span a network of smart institutions across Europe. We speak about the unity of education and research for quite a long time now. Humboldt came up with this concept. Do you really have the unity of education and research already in your institutions, even after 200, 250 years? I think in many, many, many institutions, I see this as still very separated domains. And today, I like to speak about the triple mandate, or maybe even the quadruple mandate. We still, of course, have education, hopefully challenge-based education, mission-oriented research. But we also have hopefully human and not machine-centered innovation, and I would add open community engagement with our societies. If it takes us, again, 200, 400, 500 years to implement this mandate, then we are totally lost. So the question is, how can we really bring these things together? I promote the concept of thinking about universities, higher education institutions as platforms for collaborative innovation. I'm sure you are aware about this business models, platform versus product-oriented approaches. I think universities in most of the times are still kind of product-oriented. The number of enrolled students, the number of degrees that we award, our publications, maybe our patents, if we are lucky, are our products. I think if we take the triple mandate serious, we have to find new ways, and much more than the degrees that we award is counting the relationship with our learners, the interaction with our stakeholders, with the communities, and so on. This is kind of platform-oriented approach. And to succeed in this, it's very, very important to really interact with our regional innovation ecosystems. We did this in our first EIT HEI project, the EINS project, together with UAN, and we have to compose, orchestrate, play together, conduct these things. We have to deal with the uncertainty. Usually we wait till the fog is cleared in academic contexts. Let's really deal with this. Let's manage the complexity rather than reduce it. Of course, we live in this quantified evidence, real virtuality, but what happens if everyone listens to the same consultant companies, takes the same big data? This is what happens. Everyone is driving the same car, everyone is sitting in the same bubbles, and this is only a small step from this picture to the next one. And when I spoke with a tech transfer officer from Poland, he immediately said, we need more rebels and not more soldiers. So what we should go is we have to empower, we speak at our Uterus Alliance from the innovators, entrepreneurs, researchers, educators, innovators to accelerate future universities. And if you think about all these people, like for instance Beethoven, in many aspects they were kind of these innovators. So they acted in this triple mandate. And Jack Ma already told this in, I think, 2018 at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Everything we teach should be different from the machines. If the machines can do better, we have to think about it. So the what, I like this picture. I got this poppy seeds in a project that we had in Flanders. I took it in my garden and planted it. The plants growing. This is kind of a symbol for me of transnational education. But of course we need all the various kinds of flowers. We have to go for flexible learning paths. You need unique experiences and so on. Leave the comfort zone. Go out of your classroom. Think out of the box. I would be very happy if you tell me all these things like bootcamps, hackathons, living labs are already mainstream in European higher education. If so, good. I think we have to go next step, and in UDRES we have our talent funnel. Roger Heimans, the mastermind behind this concept, is somewhere around in the audience. We really try to bring this into a flexible path from ideas to impact. And not only have one single hackathon and then nothing happens again, so really feed this in a concept, start from small learning appetizers, as we call them, to and create them more and more and dive more and more deep. Of course, we have also our joint masters, like the so-called GRACE Master for Gamification for Extended Realities. So here we have key fields of application in the domains of health, industries, and education. We really strive to bridge education and the industries with real-world challenges. We have even more industry partners already. They really signed the contract for collaboration. More industry partners as we have study places for our students. And we try to create a strong entrepreneurial impact. Gamification is both the didactic principle, but also the subject of study. And we always try to come up with really have introduced kind of a circle from education to research to innovation to economy, to society, to education, to research, and so on. So really bring the triple mandate as close together as possible. And yes, you can succeed with this. There's quite a lot on this last slide. I don't go into details here, but we started with our Center for Digital Health and Social Innovation about 12 years ago. Only, I think, at the very beginning, we supported an internal project, not only with not more than 1,000 euros. Two young researchers could buy some sensors for their projects in an interdisciplinary context. Then we got a research project. We started our first master on digital healthcare, and so on and so on. Just recently, we started our LEAP XR project, one of the EIT HEI projects also in this context. And it's kind of a resonating cycle. It's growing and growing and growing and really connects the industries, the society, education and research. And I think this is the way that at least we like to do it. So these were some questions of why, how, and what we can do. Thank you very much from my side.
Thank you, Hannes. Thank you, Hannes. That's a great way to start the afternoon. And I have a couple of follow-up questions for you. And the first one is very much linked to this idea of the triple mandate and the multiple functions that universities have within our economies and our societies. Now, there's a certain sense that in recent years, a narrative has developed, sometimes driven by the universities themselves, that they must do more. We have more to contribute. But then I look at the mandate and I look at your platform and all the different component parts of what you're trying to do. Are our expectations for universities and higher education institutions too high or unrealistic today? It seems as though we're asking them to do everything. And I wonder, as a university leader yourself, is this inevitable? Or do we need a degree of realism about what you can actually contribute?
I think to succeed, you always need both. On the one hand, really strong ambition and very visionary goals and objectives, and on the other hand, of course, let's say realistic pathway towards this strong vision. I think this is really very important, and I think maybe, yeah, it is high, maybe too high, but if then we are lost. I think there's no way out. There's so many things going on. There's so many disruption going on. Higher education is affected, and not only in the US. Look at our numbers of students. In many European countries, we are facing declining numbers. And this is, of course, because of demographic change, but not only. I was already few years ago in a panel, and I think it was at that time vice rector from the University of Barcelona, and he said just in only a few years from now we will not have any master programs anymore because there's no need for them. So I'm not sure if it's right, hopefully not, but we have to prepare ourselves. We have to take the steps, and this new form of collaboration is really key.
Great point about master's programs. Fortunately, we do have a vice rector from the University of Barcelona, Merce Segada, who's coming on a little later, so we can ask her that question. But in terms of these new models of collaboration, I mean, obviously, you're the president of UGES, European University, and we have obviously seen a degree of longer-term commitment from the European Commission to develop the university alliances as new cross-border platforms for mobility, for knowledge exchange, for partnership, to think differently about what universities can contribute. So from the perspective of UGES, your experience with this format of collaboration, what role do you think they can play in helping to define the future of this triple mandate moving forward? And the second question is, do you think there's any risk that if we double down on university alliances, that may create some kind of distortion within the field of higher education itself, that they become the elite models to the detriment of others?
When the Nobel laureates in economy were announced one week ago, I learned about this. We need the creative destruction in order to grow again. And I think this could be a thing. I think the European University Alliances have to be, in some aspects at least, go back to the roots. And the root was they should really be kind of test beds, sandboxes, to really shape the future of higher education, and not do the same that we can do just for us alone. That's why I saw the picture with the poppies, when we got the poppy seeds, and I take the poppy seeds from Flanders back to Austria, and so this is a symbol for learning from and with each other, and trying to grow things in a at least slightly different context. And I think this is what we need. What is kind of the usual game now, much efforts go into discussing about the future funding, sustainable funding, and so on. Of course, important. I also have to keep an eye on the funding always, but it should be as Stefan Sagmeister said, complaining is silly, either act or forget. And I think there are so many things that we can do. And we raised the question at UDRES, and I'm sure other alliances did this as well. What would happen if the Commission, or even also member states, or if the funding for this alliance would be totally stopped? Would we continue? If we can say, and this, of course, all our members can say a clear yes, we would continue, because we are not doing to make the Commission happy. We make this for the sake of our students, for the sake of our stakeholders, in order to reach better quality, in order to simplify things, in order to share things. This would then help us to save money. If we have not a clear yes, then just stop it. Then it's only a waste of time.
Okay, very good. So, you've touched on the role of Europe and also national governments in terms of charting a way forward. And the question of funding never goes away, as we know, but it's probably best not to haggle over numbers at this point, and to think about the concepts and the frameworks that could really support higher education institutions delivering on the triple mandate moving forward. From your experience, do you think there are particular areas where policymakers, at whatever level, can be more progressive in their thinking in terms of the frameworks that they put in place to support organizations like yours, or communities like the UDRES Alliance?
I can give you just a very recent example. One of our UDRES members, IPS, in the University Polytechnical Setúbal in Portugal, they intend to come up with a new campus in the city of Sines, somewhere between Lisbon and the Algarve. Sines is only a comparable small town, I think not even 20,000 inhabitants. And for this new campus, even in the very, very beginning, just for the kind of ideation phase, they invited UDRES colleagues for what we then called a leadership hackathon. So I think this is still far away from being common in Europe. Invite the colleagues from totally other regions to think about what could be done here together from the very scratch. And I think this is a very good example. And of course, this was not only the university, there were the politicians with us, the regional community, and so on. And we intend to do something very similar for another new campus that we want to bring up in Austria, even together with another alliance. So these are, I think, kind of, I would say, cool things. And it's really together with the politicians. It took us quite a while to convince them that this might be a good idea, and that we only have to open our minds and our borders if we want to be successful in the future. But at least in these few things, it happens, and as the poppy seeds, I'm sure this will grow and grow and grow. Yes, it is a question of money, but not only of money. It's always about, as I said, the innovators. And for instance, Beethoven, I think we're all aware this is the European anthem. He was true European, born in Bonn, worked in Vienna, and his 9th Symphony was commissioned from the UK. So this is how we could work, and how Europe already worked more than 200 years ago. Let's do it even better.
Okay. We learn something new every day. I'm not going to reflect on the irony of the UK having commissioned the European anthem all those years ago, but but before we wrap up, I have one more question for you. because I find what you said earlier about the unique experience and the tailored learning pathways extremely interesting. But how many students do you have?
Well, we are a small university. We have 4,000 in our university. The biggest university in our alliance is most likely Saxion UAS from the Netherlands. They have 35,000 students. Altogether, our alliance has 100,000 students. So it's also, of course, it's much easier in many aspects if you are small, and we are also a young institution, only 30 years from now. So being young needs being flexible, means being agile and so on. But on the other hand, we are facing many challenges of not having the critical mass that we need for many ideas. The good thing in the alliance is we really also share our different resources, and together we have this critical mass that we really need, and we have a shared vision, shared objectives, and we are really going for this.
And in that context, the use of the word hackathon as opposed to a leadership retreat, I find intriguing as well. It implies a completely different mindset as opposed to locking yourself away, disconnected or decoupled from your institutions, your society, that it's a very closed community trying to just agree on a few core principles or activities, whereas a hackathon is about imagining the future. Maybe that's something we can look for at European level.
Yes, this is what we need, and also with the hackathon usually at least creates ideas to solutions that have further worked out usually. And it's also a big question when it comes to money. Are ideas following the money, or is money following the best ideas? If you look to the universities, and just yesterday I even had got a paper about this subject, but most of the time in the university domain, universities follow the money, the ideas follow the money. The commission or the member states put the pot of money here, everyone runs in this direction. If we take the pot of money, put it here, everyone turns. And if you take a look at the startup world, I think there is the idea first. And the best ideas, for the best ideas, money follows. And I think it would be a good recommendation for the whole higher education system to also try this other approach. And I really highly appreciate the EIT Higher Education Initiative, because this is an important thing, not only for these several projects, but really for building this community, as Dolores said, and shaping the mindset in the higher education area. And this is what we're working for, together with the EIT, of course, in Eurasia and together with several other European associations. I think this is really important for Europe to empower our continent, to strengthen Europe's competitiveness.
That is a fantastic message on which to end. So please join me in thanking Hannes for all of his thoughts and contributions.
Thanks.
Hannes, all the best with your ongoing endeavors. Mind your head on the screen on the way out.
Thanks.
And it's time for us to move on to our second topic. And we are now going to be talking about the challenge of building innovation-ready talent pipelines, or ecosystem in Europe, which is going to be one of the biggest challenges that we have. Hannes has mentioned demographics. We have the global competition for talent. We have people choosing alternative career pathways, either for economic reasons or for personal ones. So if Europe is serious about consolidating its competitiveness, its leadership, in developing new generations of people who are not only capable, but also willing of taking the risks involved to embark on innovative careers and journeys, on entrepreneurial activities, higher education institutions are going to have to be at the heart of the solution. So, to discuss this, I would like to welcome three eminent guests to come and join me on the stage. First of all, Zoe Loughlin, who is the director of the Institute at Making at the University College London. Mind your step as you're coming up, Zoe. We'd hate to lose you on your way onto the stage. And also Reimar Müllertum, the CEO Chancellor of Code University of Applied Sciences in Germany, and Istvan Vilmos-Kovacs, who's the Director of Learning and Teaching at Budapest Metropolitan University. Welcome. Delighted to have you here with us. I presume, Zoe, you brought the belt.
Yeah, I just took it off because it was a bit uncomfortable.
Okay, good. I was just checking because it wasn't there a moment ago, so I was getting mildly confused. Okay, so this session is very much about the challenge of developing these effective and sustainable talent pipelines or ecosystems across the continent that are capable of tackling the major challenges of our time, which of course implies degrees of interdisciplinarity or transdisciplinarity, the ability to manage complexity, and also levels of ambition and creativity to think about different futures. Okay? So, in that context, I'm just going to start with a question to all of you, which essentially is around our sort of definitions. We're talking about innovation, we're talking about talent, we're talking about skills. These are omnipresent buzzwords in the current policy context. But do you think we have a common understanding of what these mean in practice? And how do you define them in your own day-to-day work or environment? Who wants to go first? Istvan.
Thank you. I don't know how are you with this term, the talent pipeline. I'm not too happy about this term. One thing that I even found worse, that talent management. I think that talent don't really need management. Pipeline is too industrial. We are speaking about humans. And pipeline has an input point, one direction, development, and an outcome point when they are ready for industry. I don't like this. Maybe a little bit better if we speak about talent ecosystem. But still, the ecosystem is another buzzword. When we mention ecosystem, we mention something that is the magic. To solve the hidden details, or letting us forgetting the details and speaking about a bubble that contains the solution. So I don't think that even ecosystem is a good term. And if we look at back to the definition of talent, what is talent? That's also an interesting question. I don't know whether you have thought about the correctness of the top performers definition of talent. I don't like this approach either, because talents can be everyone. Talent is the coincidence of ability and passion, ambition. So why not happen to anybody that they have got external and internal impetus or momentum and start performing better? So my preference is to speak about supporting community and environment for talents.
Okay, very good. Now, Reimar, is this something you're going to immediately agree with, or do you think differently about these buzzwords and?
Well, I guess I mean you asked about innovation, talent, and skills in a way. So talent for us, where I come from the university that was very much built with the idea of to create something in the end. Talent is really about working in an interdisciplinary environment and also the ability to tackle a challenge. So talent has to do with kind of a curiosity and openness to look at a topic, and it's I think it's something that is basically in everyone. It's not talent, at least. Our philosophy is not, we look at a person who comes to us without looking at a grade or so. So for us, whoever has a curiosity is a talented person.
Very good. Now, Zoe, over to you.
I agree with the talent angle, so I won't talk more about that, but maybe I'll speak a little bit about innovation, because that's a word that doesn't come out of my mouth very easily. Like, I find that it's difficult to talk about. It's a bit like beauty, right? If you are a very beautiful person, but you're going around saying, I'm really beautiful, you're instantly kind of an asshole, aren't you? And probably not very beautiful as a result of that sort of behavior. And I kind of feel like, similarly, it's not for me to say if I am innovative or not. And I can't like go about being innovative, because the minute I try to do that or I think like that, either it's very stifling or it presumes I actually know what I'm doing. And for me, the best work is just like, am I enjoying it? Is it interesting? Can I keep going? And then you might get somewhere that later someone else might go, that was really innovative. But it's not really a type of word I like to use. And so I'm the director of something called the Institute of Making. And it's a physical space that celebrates materials and processes. So some might think it's a bit like a fab lab, or it's an innovation hub, but it's a place where you can make things. It's a place where you can come with a project, or you can just have a go. And it's a very practical space, but it's also within a university context and free and open to anybody. And so people see this space and go, you're at the forefront of innovation and you're doing very innovative work. But inside that place, we never talk like that, because that isn't the conditions for enjoyable work. And I don't think people use the word enjoyment enough, so I'm going to try and use it plenty today, because I think that's a really important condition for that whole diagram of like, if you want to talk about talent, if you want to talk about any of those things, you've got to have like time plus desire times conditions, right? And the condition might be a socio-economic one. It might be an availability of, they had this place within easy reach of where I lived, so I went there, and then there was a coach, and I enjoyed myself. But if you're not enjoying it, you're not going to put in the time. If you're not given those conditions, again, that breeds desire. So it's like, how do you make a place and a space and an environment, and it could be, we can now talk about a university, that people actually like spending time at and want to be in, is like the first minimum condition for anything interesting, I think.
Excellent, thank you. So,
a round of applause.
Very good.
Yeah.
An initial
Oh my God, we brought them alive. Excellent.
We'll take that as sort of collective applause, because I think you've all touched on really important aspects of the ambition, the passion, the creativity, and also challenging some of the more rigid or linear ways that we think about people's learning journeys and pathways. And so I'd like to stick with that just for a moment. What you said in your opening remarks, Istvan, and also something that Hannes said in his keynote, it's challenging this accepted wisdom that when we talk about talent, we are also tying that implicitly in with elite qualifications, right? And very conventional forms of success, right? And where we demonstrate excellence. So how can we shift that narrative? Right? It's deep, and the mindset that goes with it. It's deeply embedded in university culture. It's deeply embedded in the way that policymakers think about this. So from the experiences you've had within Budapest Metropolitan, is there a way to change the way that we think about this? That we're getting away from that linear to more transversal or more inclusive ways of learning?
Definitely. I think that in a university that tries to be successful in a national higher education system, when merit-based places are free of charge, and students who are in an upcoming intellectual layer of the society have to pay for their studies, and the private university collects these diverse student population, we can't work in the same way how the big science universities do. The big science universities try to honor the correct or high fidelity mirroring of the scientific status quo. We have to invite our students to challenge the status quo and to try to find their place in an almost entirely occupied economic and societal competition. So we have to ask the question from our students, what do you think you can be good at in the future, and how we can help you in your personalized learning journey? And it means that we need to understand every student with a special ambition, and we have to find specified support for each individual student. It's extremely difficult, but very rewarding also for the teacher, because the teacher does not simply monitor the status quo and scientific achievements, but always able to learn about real societal challenges. So I think it's fascinating.
Excellent. So you two both have something interesting to say on this. Not to over-egg the expectations, but actually I'm going to start with Zoe first, because I love what what Istvan has just said. What can you be good at? I think that comes very close to the ethos or the mission that you've set for your institute, and then also for Reimar, this question of the personalized journey. Again, where can you really excel?
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily linked to numbers and certificates. But Zoe, perhaps you first, this
on what can you be good at?
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think what you can be good at is multifarious and changing, and you don't have to decide you know what that is. I think by a certain age, like education as a system relies upon you making decisions and therefore deciding at this point, are you going to do this one or this one, this one or this one? And therefore you kind of feel like you've left some other things behind. And I think one of the things at the Institute of Making we try to do is say, this isn't about subjects or disciplines anymore, this is about materials and processes. So if you're interested and engaged and you're coming from French, it's just as valid as if you're coming from mechanical engineering. And you won't know, no one's going to know everything is a really important starting point. So you're immediately walking through the door in a position of like, you might know something, but there's loads here to discover. And I'm very excited to have a go at something I've never had a go at before. And it might be I'd like to use a 3D printer, or it might be I'd like to use a potter's wheel. And it might be that you want to do it because you've got a multi-million-pound research grant and you want to develop some new heart valve widget, or you want to make some Christmas presents for your mum. And all of that is equally valid. And if you are able to have a space that doesn't therefore have a hierarchy of your output, it's just that you're essentially only judged on your degree of motivation and desire. Like, oh my God, you really want to do that? Brilliant. That's the bottom line. And then you can allow yourself to become good at something that just because you fancy having a go. And then if you fancy having a go, it's back to that condition of you're going to put in time with it, you're going to be enjoying it, you're going to think about it, and you're going to see a connection. And you'll be like, I didn't know. I wanted to have a go on a potter's wheel, but while I was doing it, I was thinking about rotational forming and actually ended up going back to my maths lecture with a different perception of space, or like things connect. The world isn't split up into these subjects. And I think it's important to remember as individuals that whilst we're students and we're in that mode of learning, it is just a hat we happen to wear. And when we go into the world, if we can still remain in that mode, you're going to make interesting projects and do interesting work because you're looking with a mindset of like, oh, what can I find out here? And oh, how can I pull it on a strand and follow it in a way that I find inspiring? And therefore you have that desire to then become, good at something later in life as well.
Excellent, thank you. Now, Reimar.
Yes, we took Zoe's approach one step further, and that's why 8 years ago a rebellious group of 3 people founded Code University based on the belief that there should be no linear education in the first place. Education or the university should be a place where people who have an open mind and who have a curiosity come in and with an idea. So this is why the curiosity is important. And then they experience a space where we have three programs, one in software engineering, one in business management, entrepreneurship, and one in digital design and innovation. But in the end, that doesn't matter. It comes later. First, it comes. They want to be in an inspiring environment and learn and have a place where they can develop their idea of what they want to work on further. And we have modules because we're a state-accredited university. But in the end, the way the study path these students are taking entirely depends on their own learning journey, and that's what is so radical. So in the end, if we have 450 students, all of these 450 students have different learning journeys, which would scare every other public big university very much, because it's economically, a nightmare to say the least. But we are small. I mean, we're a small university. We are this radical test ground, and after 8 years, we do see it led to an impact by people went out, they started companies, they've become very successful in their corporate careers. They are now even academic research careers are coming out of this. So it's really about excitement, and there are a certain degree of freedom to do whatever you want, and have a professor next to you that makes sure that if you need help, you get help.
And as one footnote to that, no written examinations, if I remember correctly.
Yes, oral examinations.
You may get a surge of applications on the back of that.
Yes, and I mean, it all comes with an intention, because we do also have, I mean, a lot of our students are autodidacts, so they come to us from very diverse backgrounds and all from all over the world, and they like to acquire the knowledge they need in their own way and in their own style. So we have our qualification requirements, because again, we are state accredited. So, but in the end, it's really about sitting down with a professor and talking about, so what have you done in the past semester? What have you built? What have you elaborated on? And doing a conversation, and it works well in any discipline, in design in particular, in software engineering. They're going through code and talking about databases, talking about cybersecurity, or even in businesses, for those who have already been building something, they simply talk about the stage of the business they are now working on. It's, on the one hand, it sounds very simple. On the other hand, there is a bit of a complexity to it as well.
I think inevitably. But we'll come back to one of the points you raised about professors and their role within this ecosystem in a minute. Istvan, you wanted to add something else?
Yes, because I think I was a little bit unjust with the so-called sparks, the genius exceptions. So what is their role in the society, and what can we expect from the outstanding early talents? And I think their role is much more than simply exploiting their own performance capacity. So very early they should learn that they have responsibility aligned with their special givens. And that's the reason why we shouldn't select them to pipelines and accelerate them to the universe, instead of being responsibly present in their community and playing an important role helping others. So the supporting talent supporting community and environment means that everybody has a responsibility to raise the community in creation. And coming back, I'd like to very quickly justify that the old university schemes like exams are not usable anymore, because the productive and creative processes result different things that students can reflect on an exam. Maybe they can reflect on an exam what they created, and that's a good exam. But traditionally, the tests and these kind of things are rather learning tools and not assessment tools. So I think everything has to be reconsidered, redesigned, in order to support the personal growth and a better relation to the community.
So, building on that, and also coming back to something Reimar mentioned a couple of minutes ago, the narratives you tell are fantastic. If I were 18, 19 years old and somebody put these opportunities on the table, I'd bite your hand off. How difficult is it to get people who can teach this? How hard is it to overcome some of the embedded thinking within that notion of a professorship, right? As a leader of learning, how hard is it to find the people who can do this in line with the mission of your organizations? Raimar or Zoe, perhaps you'd like to go first.
Yeah, so I think we had the advantage of being a newly created university. So when you are this rebellious university, you attract rebellious mindsets also among the faculty, and this is something that we still benefit today. So we do have lecturers and professors, faculty who like to challenge the status quo continuously. But over time, so after 8 years, we are not like a new university anymore. We are becoming more and more established. And whilst we are growing, we look for new professors. And here it is very challenging because the kind of mindset we are looking for are really people who do not immediately come to mind that they would work in education, because it's really it's something that code is very close to businesses, is very close to startups. So ideally, our faculty and staff come from this ecosystem. So you only find very few people, and one particular challenge that we are facing, and I guess that's not only in Germany, but that's a universal thing. There are some rigid qualifications. What allows you to become a professor, and I think that is something extremely outdated. Because it's like, so if you haven't gone to university, you cannot become a professor at a university. If you do not have a PhD degree, you cannot become a professor at a university, and so on and so forth. So right now we're looking for new professors in business management and entrepreneurship, and we have these extremely talented people who dropped out of university at some point in their careers, and we would love them to have them as professors on board. But we're not allowed to recruit them because of formal reasons. So when we are talking here about these nice ideas that how impactful universities have to be, if our hands are tied in recruiting these people that are such inspiring to these students, then it's kind of there's a failure in the system.
Understood. Zoe, is this a similar experience at UCL?
In a way, no. The first thing to mention that's different is that we don't offer any credits on purpose. So actually, there's no point to doing anything at the institute making if all you're interested in is obtaining your degree, because it won't count towards it. So it's entirely desire-driven. So there's no credits to be gained from doing anything with us. And therefore, we don't need to employ formal teachers, although a vast majority of my team are involved in teaching in the broadest sense of they're engaging with people, they're helping them learn, they're introducing them to ideas and skills and all sorts of things. And then when it comes to recruiting, I mean, in a strange way, it's easy because I think we know what we're after and we have a reputation that means we have a lot of applicants. That doesn't mean it's not without stress and not a difficult process in lots of other ways. But there's two really important things I always bear in mind. The one is the entire project really is about people. Like, you might look at it and go, oh, you've got this amazing materials library and this extraordinary workshop full of kit and tools. But we could do the same thing in an empty space. It's just about the people, the team really what brings it alive. And I often describe it as like they're the hosts of the party. And that word host is actually what I'm talking about. And when we are employing people, we're looking for a type of person who can bear people, really. And like skills are great on paper if you need to differentiate. But the point is if it's a practical skill and you're keen, you can learn that. So I don't really care what skills you've got, but I want to know how you interact with people. Are you interested in interacting with people, and how do you like to do it? Because it's much, much harder to teach someone who's like very good on a machine to spend 3 hours talking to people than it is to take someone who's happy talking to people to learn how to use a machine. So I think, yeah, what you're after is out there. These people are out there, but they might not have come through traditional routes. But and we've also been our own pipeline over the years now. So we're a good 10 years in, and we have people who used to be students who became interns who have now got jobs on the team. Like, if you get it, it's for you, and then people really, you know, we collect people as well as much as anything else.
It feels as though this is all part of sort of a paradigm shift from I know that to I know how. And with whom. So there's one more topic I'd like to raise with you, and then just to give the heads up also to the staff who might be circulating with microphones. Once we've taken 5-6 minutes to discuss the next topic, we're going to give you the chance to put some questions to Reimar, Istvan, and to Zoe. Okay, so get the mental wheels turning. But just coming back to, if you like, the creative destruction or disruption that we talked about with Hannes in the opening, the fact that you've said we're rebellious, right? We're trying something which is not accepted wisdom, it's not mainstream, it's not conventional. Is it scalable? Or is it something that is very unique to the context and the people, I think in particular, who are driving this forward? Or could it be somehow embedded into a more structural model at city level, at regional, at national level?
I think definitely scalable, of course not homogeneously. So the new approaches are not the ultimate solution. So the good balance between traditional lecture can be combined with an extremely good industrial consultancy type practical. So the great variety of learning provides the students the opportunity, the great variety of brain development, because there are so many potential in our whole nerve system that can be developed if properly triggered by activities, by information, by emotional or even more complex social influence. What I like to go back to a little bit, this is how we can help these kind of methodological and scientific diversity that we try to highlight. And I think the universities should very quickly transform its tenuring base. In Hungary, I don't know how it is in other countries, maybe there are some more diverse tenuring tracks. But now in Hungary, a professor can progress an academic if they follow the same research-based steps forward, from PhD, habilitation, further evidences of scientific reliability and publication capacity. But there are at least two parallel tracks that should be legitimate, and especially if we want to get closer to the university and industry that yesterday so many speakers mentioned, but without real concreteness in steps. So why not to recognize if somebody is successful externally, if somebody was a good CEO or a good inventor in an IT firm, or in our case, for example, we have an excellent teacher who was an Oscar-nominated filmmaker. Why not letting her teaching in a university with unique and especially valuable experience for students who would like to be rather a practitioner in their field and not somebody who writes fantastic Q1, Q2 articles recited by a very narrow community of the research field. So this is the second track that should be legitimate. The external career should be recognized when somebody gets through the boundary of the higher education walls. And the third one is if somebody is talented in teaching, talented and trained, because it's not obvious in each European country that teaching is something that academic staff could be qualified. Higher education pedagogy is a discipline that is under-positioned in the whole higher education field, and if somebody has this ability, then they should be recognized in the same way, not with a secondary level teaching opportunity 3 times more classes than those who are academically tenured by research, but also providing the same opportunity for advancement, leading a department, becoming a rector, and so on. So these kind of things could introduce the opportunity, open space for new approaches.
Fantastic. I love the way you frame that. Reimar.
Yes, so scalability, that's a very interesting question, because it also, we ask ourselves this as well. So how big could code grow in the midterm? But aside from code, there is now this initiative in Germany that tries to implement what the German Ministry of Economics says, startup factories in large university consortia. So in all metropolitan areas of Germany, universities come together and they are doing something that basically what Code did in a way. So it's they develop centers where the students are given the freedom to build products and to start companies. So if this is the idea of scalability, then it would work quite well, because what Code does is, on the one hand, radical, on the other hand, letting people enjoy and give them freedom to pursue an idea and lead them softly, gently in a direction where they initially want to go, and where the way they discover is not an overly complex task, and it's actually less complex than sitting in an auditorium like this, talking about basic statistics, and half the auditorium is already asleep, and then in the end, the machine does the job, you know. So it's not. This is so creating an environment that is fun and that ignites people to do stuff. In the end, creates more value than doing it the old Greek way of teaching. And so, yes, scalability is possible, but the willingness and to challenge the status quo, that is the hard part.
Very good. Audience questions come next, but Zoe, let's hear your thoughts on this, on scalability.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to think of it in terms of, instead of just like growing Institute of Making more that way, like what if you put me in charge of the world, so therefore I could bring the Institute of Making mindset top down, what would I do? So that's what my starting point to think about this question. And I think I would say I'd give every citizen 20 years of free education tokens. 15 can be spent by your parents, guardians, but 5 are for you. So the first 15 could get you from age 3 to 18 with like universal childcare and get you through normal schooling if that's what your parents felt. And that would leave you with 5. And 5 education tokens to spend at any point in your life on anything you choose to do. And we would also say we'll fully grant fund that. And you could say that means that for those 5 years we'll implement universal basic income. So, you know, we're not far off discussions around that anyway. So you could bring that in. So you would say, oh, you would have an income for those years. But then if you think about it as a big, generous, enjoyable offer, people will be like, ooh, what am I going to spend my tokens on? Oh, I really like the idea of just spending I could do 2 years on cake, and then I'll do like 1 year on watchmaking, and then I'll have 2 more years left to spend. I'll wait till I'm 60 for those. I'll wait till I'm 60 or something. Like if you just shifted that mindset of like, we're giving you an opportunity and we're not judging what you do with it. Instead of that, like, I'm speaking coming from a British education system where, you know, it's become sadly meaner and meaner in the sense of, oh, now you're going to have to pay, but we'll subsidize certain things. So if you want to do engineering, it's cheaper, and you're valuing things at that point, and you're telling people whose circumstances might mean they have to choose things in different ways that, no, that's a bit of a waste of your time. And I know you might enjoy it, but it's not really worthwhile. Like, if you just say, it's generous, it's offer, it's enjoyable, what do you fancy doing? Oh, God. I mean, the liberation and the mindset shift of people to be like, really? Wow. And I think that, within the Institute of Making, people walk through our doors and like, what? Really? Wow, I can just do it? Yeah. And then you're off. And you want to feel engaged and excited and like liberated to play, essentially, and then you'll find things, and then it can become your life's work, and then you're going to put more hours in than anyone's ever paid you to do anything. Like, a fantastic joy productivity engine if you sort of can switch it to an offer and a generous opportunity rather than this kind of like machine you somehow have to work your way through. I don't know.
Yeah, and then by extension in the UK context, which obviously also came out of, if you don't have a 2:1 degree, you don't qualify for a good job, however that is defined. Right? Anyway, now if that didn't inspire you or get you thinking, then there's no hope. So, I really would like to see 2 or 3 hands up. People who have questions for the audience. We'll try and peer through the gloom. There's a question.
Hi, Ole Werner from Idea Square at CERN. Thank you very much. I really like the energy of the conversation, and I really think you're hella cool. Thank you. I wanted to ask, how do you, first, I mean, this idea of, having the credits, my first thought was people would get more addicted to learning, which I think is great, is what you're saying, like, because I couldn't imagine stopping and saying like, okay, I'll wait until I'm 30 or 60 or whatever. I want to do it now. I want to get the stuff now. But how do you know that you're on the right way or that you're doing things right? I mean, of course, you'll see people excited in your workshops. You'll see people coming back, and maybe it's the capitalist disease that has inflicted my mind, but how do you know that where you're doing as good as you can, or how do you know when you can be better, or I don't know, how do you evaluate yourselves in that really cool and crazy endeavor of knowledge pursuit and fun? Thank you.
Right, so just to clarify, this is about the organizations providing this learning pathway, not about the individuals.
Yes.
Okay, very good. So if you'd like to pass the microphone forward 2 rows, and we'll take our second question.
Thank you very much. My name is Tanja van den Berg. I'm from the University, Leiden University of Applied Sciences. My question is for Zoe. Your last, talk was very inspiring, and I was wondering what kind of role do you see for institutions of higher education in this idea? Because in the Netherlands we tried this. You can do whatever you want. You have some money here, you go ahead. And it was corrupted by all sorts of individual commercial initiatives that dove on it, and it stopped immediately. So I was wondering, what role could higher education institutions fulfill in this mission youth?
Wonderful. Thank you, Tanya. Okay, let's actually take those in reverse order.
Yep.
So Zoe, you start with this question about how to make this work. And then also for Raima and for Istvan, I guess it's a question of how do we measure or define success, right? And that's perhaps at the systems level and not just in terms of looking at your own colleagues and what you've achieved over the course of the last few months. But Zoe, let's have your answer first.
And because I'm in charge of this system, as I've established, and I've learned now that in the Netherlands they tried something, I just say, well, you can only do it at a higher education institution then. You can't have these like rogue things to spend your tokens at. They have to somehow, but I would like to see the educational institutions broadening out. They will have to respond to what people would like to do. Like if they want to do 2 years of cake, like there are educational places that offer that, and they're often therefore not within the academy, let's call it, of a more traditional type. They're still educational institutions, so I think they'd count. But I don't think you could set up the University of You and I come and spend my tokens in your shed. So I guess there just have to be some checks and balances, but I'm sure I'll be able to sort it out.
Yes, so how do we measure success in an environment where people are pretty much allowed to do whatever they want? It's in 2 ways. One, because we are an institution, we are a high-end education institution, so we do need to do quality management. We do ask our students all the time, how do you experience this? How do you like what you are doing, what we are doing with you? So there is a constant feedback loop, and because our professors are there and they are true coaches and mentors, so we're not just, it's not like a lip service that we are paying. So we only work like this, and so there's a lot of interaction, immediate interaction between students and faculty. The other measure that I like even better is basically the impact our students have on what we like to say, do they leave a dent on the universe? So they are creating, they are developing their ideas sometimes into prototypes, sometimes into products. Sometimes they realize, oh, this product could be a company, or someone might want this product. Then it becomes a business. And so we do have, in these 8 years, we do have around 120 meaningful startups created out of Code University. And that for us was, it was not by design. When the university was founded, it was really founded on the belief of curiosity-driven education, project-based learning. But now looking back and we're saying, hey, our students, and not all of them graduated, to be fair. So there are also some people who realize at the point, I much rather focus on my project than on finishing my bachelor degree. But this makes us awfully proud to see this impact happening. And this is, I guess, what also unites us here, is that we really want students to leave an impact, to add to society.
Thank you, Raimar. Istvan, how would you respond to this?
Yes, measuring success depends on what is success. I don't want to go back always to definitions, but let's define success when we meet our goals. So it's very much depending on what is the purpose of the university. In a private university, it's very important to keep the clients and have them satisfied. And therefore, we measure the so-called net promotion score. Which asks students that please give from 1 point to 10 to what extent you would offer or recommend our university to your friends or relatives. And we have a deeper scrutiny if they say 0 or 1, or 1 or 2, or 9 or 10, because both gives us important feedback. Fortunately, the 9 and 10 is more frequent than the 1 and 2. But it is also important to have lively connection to the future employers, because if they are looking for our graduates and they are happy to get them, and they give years later positive feedbacks, that's an indirect but maybe more important feedback. And another thing, let me go back for 1 second, is about the joy of learning. In a contemporary society, when students live in 10, 15 seconds entertainment cycles on the internet, it's really difficult to explain that effort is also important. So developing more complicated or more complex skills need persistence, need effort. What I try to teach in my class is that please try to enjoy effort. When we speak about jogging, then some students say that I'm not jogging because I don't like running. And the others say that you don't like running because you don't go for jogging. So the regular efforts make the effort enjoyable. And this is what we should teach our students, and it's not easy nowadays because totally different previous skills are at students what we have to build on.
Okay, Zoe, I see you have your...
Yes, just a quick recommendation of something to read. It's a book called Finite versus Infinite Games. I think you'll enjoy it. And it basically, as someone who's naturally quite competitive, like I can understand a sports analogy, and if you think of education as a type of game, you work it out and you can work out how to win, and that's a way of engaging with education. But that's a finite game. But how to flip yourself into playing an infinite game that never ends is the trick. And I think the Finite versus Infinite Games book is really great for helping you feel like I can play both and I can see when I need to pull the levers of different ones. And I think you'll enjoy that.
Wonderful. Excellent tip. And last question, how would you have spent your 20 tokens?
Ooh,
We can save that for the coffee break if you like. Would you have done anything differently, do you think?
I don't think so. I'm embarrassingly overeducated because I enjoyed it. Not because I was really very good at it, but I sort of got the game and thought, oh, I can do this in my way, and that seems to be good enough. But I think I probably would want to do something even more practical than I have done, like something that's not normally within the university system. Maybe that's the cake thing, but something like a high craft of some description. But I mean, I don't know. I think I'd save it a bit and spread it out, maybe once a decade or something, and have like this year out, and it would be very different each time, maybe.
Very good. And maybe, Tanya, you use these tokens to prepare a next generation of competitors for Heel Holland Backed. Or similar. That's great Dutch bake-off, for anyone who doesn't know. Okay, we have come to the end of the panel. It's been a delight to have you with us, Raima, Istvan, and Zoe. Please join me in thanking them for sharing their wisdom and insights with us. Just stay there for a minute. That's right, stay there.
Okay.
And it's now time for a coffee break. We will be reconvening at 4:10 with the next panel session on university industry partnerships. Please keep in mind, it takes a little while to get from the coffee room back here, and we need to start on time. So if you can keep an eye on your watches, around 4:05, mobilize, come back, caffeinated and energized for the second block, and we will see you then.
Also, for those who don't fancy reading, there's a finite and infinite games. He does a lecture on it, which is a good synopsis on YouTube or something. That's good enough too.
Voila. Thank you very much, and we'll see you at 4:10.
Your love is a temple.
Welcome back, everybody, and also to our online audience. So it's the home stretch. Two more very interesting panels before we lead into the closing and strategic outlook for the EIT Higher Education Initiative. But we're going to take the next hour and a half to go a little deeper into some of the key upgrades or system reforms that will be needed to align research, innovation, and education systems and their key organizations behind some of the key aspects of the European Union's strategic agenda for the next few years. And one of those is university-industry partnerships. So we're going to take a little bit of a deeper dive into what kinds of changes or innovations can be introduced into the modalities, the methods, and the models that we currently have. And to help me explore this rather important topic, I'm going to ask you to welcome three very prestigious and wonderful guests to the stage. First of all, Ebba Lund, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the International Association of Science Parks and Areas of Innovation. Second, Martin Mehler, who's the CSR Manager for Academia and University Relations for the DACH region for IBM Germany. And last but by no means least, Arno Meerman, who's the founder and CEO of the University Industry Innovation Network. So please join me in welcoming them to the stage. Okay, welcome to all of you. Thank you very much for traveling to Brussels to be part of today's discussions. So, university-industry partnerships. I'm going to start with perhaps a slightly negative question. There seems to be there's something implicit in the question or the topic of this session which suggests that maybe we're not doing university-industry partnerships very well. Yet my sense is that they've been increasing in intensity for many years. Pretty much every university does it. And perhaps we're asking the wrong kind of question around how to harness the potential and the power of these collaborations. So what are we missing? What's not working optimally in terms of university-industry collaboration? What would you initially suggest as some of the key ways to tweak the current approach? Ebba, would you like to go first?
Yeah, I think maybe, because to a large extent I agree with you, it's happening extensively, I think. I think it's maybe about perception and also where are we looking when we try to evaluate this type of university industry collaboration? Because I think it's been going on for actually many years. You can just look back to the 1950s with the birth of the science technology parks, precisely born as actors to connect academia and the marketplace. Later on, also other models such as the innovation districts, knowledge cities, and other projects that are gathered in the network that I represent. And initially, that was a quite complex task for the science parks to really find a common language. I think we are getting closer to now industry and academia speaking a common language when they are working to translate scientific research into market-ready solutions. And of course, I'm privileged to have this kind of helicopter view of the global innovation ecosystem and with members in 80 countries around the world, a critical mass really in Europe, where we have around 150 science parks, innovation districts as members. Just for simplicity, let me say, I will use in my other comments just the label science parks, but it embraces all the different models that we gather, but not to have this whole long list. And that's where we do see a lot of university and industry collaboration. So I think maybe sometimes it's because we focus a lot on global competitiveness, and actually a lot of groundwork is happening locally, regionally, in the different cities and regions around Europe. And that is with a long-term vision, also many intangible KPIs, very linked to the human factor, with the universities as well, of course. So that means that sometimes this effort becomes a bit hidden and it's not really seen. I also think Europe is in a very special moment. We sense this within our European division of the association. We have talent and certainly also funding. Even democracy is under stress. So I think we do need to work a little bit smarter on how we build on the resources that we already have around, that are already existing. And of course, I'm a proponent of the science parks, but it is really, when you look at where we are today, I think there are some enabling environments who are already with skilled and dedicated professionals who can help us really to utilize and even scale that spillover effect from university and industry collaboration to have some better impact.
Great, thank you, Ebba. Now, Arno, I believe your offices are actually in a science park, is that right? And you've created this platform, which, I mean, the clue is in the name, University Industry Innovation Network. So you must be looking at these dynamics and trends every day. What's your take on the things that aren't working as well as they might?
Well, Simon, when you go negative, I'll go positive. So I'd start off first with, I actually think that we're doing pretty well in comparison. Can we do better? Yes. Should we aim to do better? Yes. I'll come to maybe a few things that we can do better in just a second, but maybe just to start us off, what I really like about the way that we do things here in Europe is we collaborate. We form partnerships, and that's far more ingrained in our universities than the more transactional form of engaging with your external environment, such as through technology or knowledge transfer. So I find in Europe we don't do a lot of transferring, and that's sometimes seen as a bad thing. There are people who believe that every university should have a technology transfer office. If you ask me what we can do better, I would say, well, stop doing that. And think about the uniqueness of each of these institutions. We recently completed a study where we looked at the institutional as well as the geographical context of the university, out of which we derived 4 different typologies of a university when it comes to the modes of external engagement, from research intensive, engaged urban, civic, and entrepreneurial. For those of you who've done, like me, a lot of research on this field, you'll find that these terms are a little bit familiar to you. So we were happy to validate some of these theoretical models also from a quantitative perspective. But what's the important thing as part of this is we're all different. And what universities have been doing over the last 50 to 100 years is trying to become more alike. There's different reasons for that. It's policy mechanisms, it's global rankings, seeing international students as a potential, seeing international students as a cash cow for the university. It's in many respects, it's a way to fund research. It's in many ways, it's a way to fund really great research infrastructure. I could pick out a few countries that are really good at this, such as, for example, Australia. But what that creates is it creates universities that are becoming very, very, very similar. Whereas what we actually need is we need universities to become more unique. We just had on stage Code University of Applied Sciences. I think it's a great example of being a unique institution. Minerva, 42, Hyper Island, Chaos Pilot, and I can go on and on and on. All these institutions that are, just coming back to Hannes's comment from earlier today around the Nobel Prize in economics, that are disrupting this industry from without. And I think that's something that we need to do. We need to have disruption externally as well as disruption. Let those external disruptors also make changes internally at existing universities. I don't think we should start with a blank canvas. I think there's a role for the universities of today, but they do need to change. And I work with Hannes quite a bit as part of different types of collaboration. So I just want to use another hat that Hannes actually wears. I didn't know about the dancing, by the way, that he brought up. But for those of you who don't know, Hannes is also a composer. And I think that is a role that we need more. We need people who sketch out where we're going and who create new types of music and new types of doing things. We need to stay in the music area. We also need people who can conduct this, who can make sure we all move in the same space and place, orchestrators at for example, our science park, bringing us together, bringing these people together so that we can work and collaborate and partner. But as I started out, I don't think that we're actually doing too bad as long as we keep collaborating.
Very good. Now, Martin, from the industry perspective, what are we doing?
First of all, I would agree a lot of good things are happening. But my impression is that we are still below the full potential that we could have in industry university collaboration. And first of all, I think from an industry perspective, and I'm not talking about businesses who have own research departments. They are very well connected with the universities. They speak the same language. They exchange talents. So I'm not talking about these big institutions. I'm more talking about small and medium businesses. And they have problems to get connected to universities because from their point of view, this is a closed world. It's a world of their own. And they have difficulties to imagine, okay, where can we start and where can we end? Sometimes they don't even have contacts. And we have these good examples. We have the universities of applied sciences. Arno mentioned the Code University and other examples. But to be honest, the university system has a huge tradition. It has its own behavior. And to be honest, industry collaboration is not in their DNA. That's my impression. It has changed, and probably the statement as that general is unfair because we have engineering and other disciplines who work with industries very naturally. But meaning it's not in the DNA. I think from the history you can view science as an art, or in modern times more as a service. So, and there's a trade-off. There's a trade-off between these kind of dimensions. But imagine you have a small and medium business who connects to a university who is more on the artwork part of viewing science. That will not connect. I mean, professors who see themselves more as artists, they don't want to get tasks. They want to get sponsorship to do their artwork in terms of papers, producing papers, and this doesn't help small businesses. So finding the right language, finding the right level of mutual expectations, what can be done and what can be not done, I think is still a challenge. But I think there is a huge potential to work on this challenge and get much more interactions between universities and businesses, not on the high-end research side. I think this is working, but more on the groundwork, more on the grassroots kinds of how we can work together. I think that would be something I would say that would be worth to do more investigations. What can be done on that level?
Interesting. I like the art versus science, or service rather, sort of patronage versus partnership.
Right.
To take one term. But okay, so if we stay away from, again, if you like, the more bilateral models of a very large company with significant resources to do high-end research, partnering with a university that can basically be at that kind of frontier level, it seems as though we're looking more at these sort of multilateral models of cooperation, particularly involving SMEs or other kinds of entrepreneurs or innovators that may not even have their own company, they just have great ideas. So, I mean, let's start with you, Eva. Through the lens of science parks as sort of this umbrella of spaces where great things can happen, what do you see as some of the key boundary conditions or the key success factors to make these sustainable and to enable them to deliver real impact for everyone who gets involved in them?
Yeah, no, and yeah, thank you for that question. I just briefly want to react because I think, of course, we have the research level. We also have the corporates and the many SMEs, businesses who maybe be located in the broader landscape of a city and so on. If they were to be maybe part of some kind of business community, not necessarily a science park, but that kind of connection, it can certainly help to then establish those layers also with the local university, if having bridge builders or connectors. So that's just the way to say, then we can facilitate this maybe in a different manner to connect the different dots in the community. And then on the partnerships, I think it's really about building on this network effect. Yesterday in the opening, one of the opening panels, we heard the CEO of a deep tech startup. She talked about the fierce competition, about the lack of resources, and that's really where I think networks can be this formidable kind of multiplier of resources for the corporates, for the not mature companies when they have to get started on their entrepreneurial journey. And for that, I'm not only talking about association networks like my own. Actually, every little innovation ecosystem in itself, you have so many layers, all from the individual university, the city, the local science parks, and so on. And you can look at that from the local, national, regional, even then the international level. And that's where I think like connectors or bridge builders, it's crucial today because we have so many stakeholders to keep in mind. There's multiple stakeholders nowadays also for the innovation districts, for instance, in the urban spaces. And that's where the science parks, they are hosting all from the startups, SMEs to the big corporates. So you also have this whole notion around connections, open innovation, that can happen. And if then they can help to build the bridge to the local university, I think we get farther. This link to university, of course, is among the top factors of my members to say that's when we are successful, but they start even earlier at the kindergarten level to have science days, summer camps, like different activities to raise this awareness. I think they do that much better today than in the past, because I fully agree, like that exposure is crucial and that they know more about the corporate world on that business journey and that there are platforms for them. And then I think a key point here is that we need to look beyond the traditional collaboration university industry as we understood it back when the science parks were born. We need to get beyond the fences or the institutional buildings. That's also happening in my industry. They're increasingly the science park hybrid spaces, and I think, maybe Arno, you will know it's the same for the universities, at least the science parks works more and more with the city administration. The urban spaces, they're no longer happy to just be a passive container of the innovation happening in their community or in their region. So I think there are many ways there we can build better on the expertise of the science park, of the university, to then make things happen. But for that we need the governments and also the European Commission to understand better the expertise of the science park managers, but also of this very broad and complex mission you mentioned in the previous session, like of the universities. Like that needs to be understood, and if we reach that kind of understanding, I think many governments or regional actors, they would be quite happy if ways could be articulated to then inject some innovation mechanisms in the city, also for innovations to be tested in the actual real environment. So I think we have many layers there, not to see the talent dry out, and certainly something that then links us to the people who are ultimately driving innovation. So that's one of our finest duties, I think, for the whole panel here today.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ebba. Okay, so Arno, I'm going to come to you next. Is there anything in particular that you either want to endorse or amplify from Ebba's comments? And also linking back to your opening comments and the Hannes reference, in the creation of these collaboration spaces, who's the conductor and who's the composer? In terms of the policy versus industry versus science, or other organizations who make it their mission to create the space and let others lead?
Okay. Conductor, composer, yes. So many things I want to say. Okay, first, SMEs. I think really important. So I'm also looping back here a little bit, if I hope you allow me. So first, the SMEs. I think spot on. Universities currently don't have a front door. I started out positive, right? I'll go a little bit more negative now. So universities don't have a front door. What happens when a small or medium-sized enterprise even comes up proactively with the idea to work with a university? Generally what happens, our research shows, generally what happens is they knock on the door of the university, someone opens, and he goes like, well, sorry, I don't know you, I'm not buying what you're selling, and shuts the door again, rather than pointing them towards the right person. Or having this, and I'll try to use your words, bridge builders, connectors. We talk about spanning boundary superheroes, maybe the orchestrators of an ecosystem. Having someone in place who can actually bring all these stakeholders together, both big industry, small, medium-sized enterprises, societal stakeholders, startups, everyone that plays a role in a particular ecosystem. I'll come also, I'd like to connect back to something else Hannes said, because he used seeds, planting seeds, flowers, and I think that's the type of people that we need. We need people not only who plant seeds, but we also need the farmers who make sure that these flowers have the right nutrition, the right environment, the right ecosystem to flourish and to turn into something successful. If that is bringing an idea from lab to market, or if it is bringing industry into the classroom so that the education isn't something that was relevant 20 years ago, but is relevant tomorrow. It doesn't really matter what that is, but you need someone who does that. People have described their role as those are now used farmers, but they've described their roles to me, and sometimes they say, you know what, this was from someone from the University of Cologne who said, I'm like a snowplow. I can't smooth the entire road. I can't put in asphalt so it makes you super easy to go, but I can at least make it a little bit easier to go somewhere and remove some of these barriers. And we need people like that in our ecosystem. Now, coming back to your question about the composer, the conductor, I think policymakers like to think that they are the composer. I don't think that they actually are. They like to think that. I think in an ideal situation, we would have policy makers as well as funding entities, as well as universities working together to compose that new piece. But I think in terms of being the conductor or the orchestrator, it can be if it is about we now lean more towards science parks, right, which is a lot about proximity, and that also plays a key role in enhancing collaboration. But it's not just the science parks. It's, I think, also the universities in many cases carry a responsibility to engage externally, and it shouldn't be first mission education, second mission, thanks to Humboldt and also other models, research, and then third mission, technology transfer, knowledge, as they like to say in Germany, or knowledge transfer, or more engagement, or valorization, a word used a lot in the Netherlands and in Belgium, or utilization, a really nice word used a lot in the Scandinavian countries. It's not an afterthought. It should be ingrained in education and research. The definition of doing education well to provide valuable knowledge and information to students, I don't think that you can do that without engaging. And the same for your research. It's not research in a lab, invention, and then the university's role and responsibility stops when it comes to turning it into an innovation, into a startup, into a scale-up. No, we need to work together and create that pathway out of the university. Now, I had many other things I wanted to say, but I'll wrap up with just this one last thing. Also like to tie back into what Martin said around the DNA. And I think that's another key challenge that we have in our institutions, is changing the DNA of universities. So, sorry, when I talk about our institutions, I meant universities or higher education institutions, if you like. Changing the DNA of these institutions. Istvan mentioned it on the previous panel around changing the recognition schemes, but also providing entry pathways for non-traditional, I was going to say academics, but actually non-traditional staff members in a university, and providing entry pathways for people with a professional background. Having been a CEO at a company, having led 10,000 employees, to allow them to come into the university and provide their knowledge back to students. Our research has shown that already 6 months spent outside of a university environment can significantly enhance the likelihood of an academic to engage externally. We need to have more mixed experiences and more mixed profiles.
Yep. Excellent. Yep. Okay, well, it's your turn anyway. But
yeah, thanks for your remarks. I think the mediators you mentioned, science parks, additional stakeholders who bring the different worlds together. I think it's an excellent idea. But at the end, there is a likelihood that you don't change the both parts. You bring them together, but you don't change them. And you add complexity to the system. Yeah. So I know it's in the ideal world, you try to change the behavior at the university, at the professor level. You mentioned the point that industry experience change the behavior. I mean, in Germany, you can study computer science at certain universities without an internship, without anything, even without having a coding class. There are exceptions. I know that this is not a general statement, and it's probably unfair. But this happens, and also you can get a professorship without spending a minute in an enterprise or university. So it's for me, these are signals or signs that these are closed environments, and closed environments do not change internally from themselves. So I think there need to be some pressure from outside, and we see these examples of University of Applied Sciences and others, but there need to be much pressure, I think, to change this system, to become more open, to become more flexible, which does not mean they have to throw away the principles of freedom of science and education and the Humboldt ideal. They should do that. But as it works now, I think it will not change.
Okay, but then I'll challenge you on this.
Yeah.
You work for IBM. Is it part of the responsibility of big companies, not singling out IBM as the only one carrying this can, but do you see that as part of your role and responsibility in this system? And I think by extension, one of the things we want to address here is how do you sell the value proposition internally for your company to be involved in these spaces and not just to sort of point fingers and throw bricks at the glass to say you're not good enough or you need to do better, but to say we're here to help, right? But that can also be a nice-to-have approach rather than must-have. So how do you shape the way that the company thinks about the value it can bring to this ecosystem, but also to the process of change?
So first of all, I'm an outsider, and regarding the university, so I should be humble and I'm not a person who should give advice directly. I think this should come. This should happen, this should evolve. I'm just observing. So university industry collaborations, of course, bring value. I think they bring value in science, in joint research, in joint innovation. That's a given. You have to have time as a industry partner. So this is the first thing you learn when you deal with a university, that your typically quarterly driven way of doing business is completely out of sync what the university is doing. So you have to bring time, and you have to be patient. But at the end, this patience that pays off. So in research, I think every research organization, also my organization, is doing these kind of collaborations on all kind of levels, and that's a given. To some extent, it's part of the business model, to go into these calls and provide proposals, etc. If you go look at other business units, for example, in consulting or in sales or in other areas, it's much more complicated to convince people to go into university collaborations, because they typically don't have this patience. Yeah? So the only thing to solve this is to look for smaller kind of engagements, not for a PhD grant that takes 2 or 3 years or joint research work, but maybe a hackathon over a weekend. Provide some people volunteers. We have a lot of volunteers in IBM, but also I see them in other companies who are happy to spend certain amount of time working with students on a given subject. And this maybe only be some hours or a weekend or maybe a semester course. It depends on the availability and commitment. But this changes things at the student level, because they see how people from the industry bring in the industry perspective, and also the volunteers coming from the industry, they have a lot of benefit, because you know, a teacher-student interaction changes both. That's always bi-directional. So I think it's beneficial for both ways, and this is why I think this is something that many people in the industries would love to do on a shorter time of engagements, get engaged with students, with professors, providing their knowledge, their expertise, and getting a lot of appreciation backwards.
Fantastic. Now, we're going to give the audience the opportunity to ask a couple of questions in a minute, but first I'd like to give Ebba and Arno the chance to respond or to build on what Martin said. And I think, Arno, also you've already made some allusions to kind of the structural upgrades that maybe not required across all universities or higher education institutions, but what kind of adjustments or upgrades could make this even more appealing for big companies like IBM or smaller ones to say we feel welcome here? Perhaps, Ebba, if you'd like to go first.
Yeah, no, it was just on the corporate side of things. I think we also have some good news. I think there's a more conscious choice. I think today corporates find it more attractive to be associated with innovation. Like in the last 10 years, we have seen a huge shift in private sector interests. Traditionally, the science parks being public funded, and it was a long-term vision, return on investment, so it was not easy or instant money makers, so to say. But I think we do see now quite a few corporates taking interest, even in management of land operations, and that's where you suddenly have a different kind of playground or proximity, then also closer connections to the academia. So I think that's where we will see maybe in the future also the private sector being better at taking on board that more long-term vision to align even more also with the public sector long-term engagement, because we have a reality in Europe, which is this bottom-up approach where we do need to find synergies and new models for funding and so on. So I think there are some needs that bring us closer to each other. It's on both sides of the equation, of course.
Oh no,
I'd like to build. Yeah, I'd like to build on that, because we've been bashing universities for the last 40 minutes or so, 30 minutes, and I'm not going to let IBM here off the hook. So, because I think there's a problem on multiple sides. So, and we can all do things differently and better. So I'll point out a few things that universities can maybe do differently as well. But the problem also exists in large companies, right? So, a lot of times how engagements or partnerships are siloed in a university, and how we're lacking this orchestrator internally and someone who's actually aware of what's going on. The same happens with big companies. Also there, the left hand doesn't always know what the right hand is doing. And that's already just leveraging partnerships from a talent perspective, so HR, recruitment, towards a research perspective. So leveraging those partnerships, going from education towards research. If a university is very strong in a particular type of field of knowledge, and when it comes to the education that they provide, and you hire a lot of students from that university, maybe they're also a good research partner, right? And that's not happening. At the same time, what we also see with large enterprises is not always an understanding of how, so the university doesn't always know how industry works, but the same happens the other way around. Industry not always knowing how universities work. And I think there's some professionalization to be done on that end as well. And to realize, if we just think about statistics in terms of investment in R&D, that universities are actually a great investment for industry to access new knowledge and new information, and doing that in a variety of different ways. If it is what Mark Riedel used to be with Siemens and now is with Zeiss called an extended workbench, or a more deep exploration, your blue sky research, or if it is talent acquisition, universities have a lot to offer. And I think we should appreciate universities for offering those things. However, tying into what something Martin said was about starting with a hackathon or starting with something small. I think that's really important. I see too many universities signing MOUs and saying, we got a new strategic partnership with this company. Oh, what are you doing together? Oh, we're going to change the world. Okay, how? We don't know, but we will find out. And I think it's always better, or what we see with building a mutually beneficial strategic partnership tends to happen first in maybe things that don't actually cost anything. If it's like a hackathon, challenge-based learning, Martin also is referred as part of a coding degree, internships, placements, and then working our way up to maybe contract research, to collaborative R&D, sponsored research, and then working our way up to maybe funding a few PhD positions, maybe funding a professorship. And then over time, we might say, wow, this is so interesting doing this work with this university. We're going to house ourselves right next to this university on their science park. And we want to be there, and we find this a strategic partnership. We put it in brick and mortar. It's for 5, 10, 20 years. And this is how we want to, this is the type of entity that we want to engage with. And that's something that we don't do enough. And why don't we do it? Is because we lack this professionalization, both within the universities as also in industry. The professionalization in universities, take an average university. How many business developers or external engagement managers or whatever you want to call them, a knowledge transfer professional, how many are actually working at a university? Often it's a one-person team. Maybe there's 2 people, maybe there's 3 people. Imagine we would do that with some of the other services at a university. Imagine we would say, oh, you know what? We only got 1 cleaner, and that this cleaner is going to clean all the buildings. We only got 1 security officer who's going to secure all the buildings. We only got 1 person for HR or 1 person for finance. We wouldn't do this with any of these other services. So professionalization is something that universities would need to do and allocate resources to this. One other last thing is around, because we touched on it just briefly, there was a question around metrics. We're lacking the right metrics. We're not acknowledging this. Previous panel that came up as well, these pathways internally. We're measuring PhD students, or we're measuring master theses, we're measuring publications, but we don't measure and we don't celebrate when someone starts a new company or engages with an external partner, if that's IBM or a small or medium-sized enterprise in our region.
Okay, now, I consider that pot stirred. What do you guys think? Who has a question or a comment that they'd like to share with the panel? Okay, I can see 2, 3 hands, I think, little different. So we'll start here, and then there's a second hand that was raised over here. I think same row on the other side of the auditorium. If you can just quickly introduce yourself and keep questions, not theses, please.
Okay, I'm Ariel. I'm representing the Board of European Students of Technology. I think we all agree with the power of university-industry collaboration. But my question is, like, as a university and industry, like, work together to drive innovation in the industry that would benefit to the society. Is the industry also considering driving the innovation in education by feedbacking the current curricula? We've seen yesterday also during panel discussion that the universities are very rigid in changing their curricula, and like, I would say educating engineers or students better to solve real-life problems. Like, is it something that you're considering? Like, also like driving innovation in education? Thank you.
Okay, great question. Thank you. Now, there was a second one. If you can just get your hands up again. Okay, so actually we'll take the lady in the middle on the other side of the auditorium. Microphone's just coming along. In the meantime, you can think about the role of industry in driving change. Again, it's all on you, Martin. All or nothing. Okay, second question, please.
Hi, this is Flavia. Actually, in my last project, I was working exactly on university and industry collaboration from the industry perspective. And I actually was facing some challenges, both when turning to universities, but also convincing the company itself to invest because of scalability. So if I would find one university who, with one professor, for example, that was interested in establishing a partnership, then the company would question the scalability. It's like, oh, it's just one class of student. then it's not enough to justify the investment. So my question is, how can we make these sort of collaborations more scalable by, I don't know, bringing more universities together?
Okay, excellent questions. Thank you. Maybe Martin will give you the question about the role of but of course this is not just the big companies, and we're not talking big tech, we're talking about private sector, potential employers, potential partners in all kinds of activities, having a voice and being willing to voice their interests in pursuit of change. And then perhaps for Ebba and Arno, this question about scalability, we'll leave that to you.
Okay, so thank you for the question about innovation in education. In education, you're absolutely right. If you think about innovation in industry university collaborations, you mainly think about research. And my impression, this is settled quite good, depending on programs, depending on funding, and so we know each other. At least the big companies who have research departments, and there are other means to bring people together to benefit from these offerings. I think the education part is also very, very important, but it's also critical in the sense that it has to be based on trust. I mean, you cannot run into a university and say, I'm from a company, let me change your curriculum. That will not work. You cannot go there because you cannot just provide marketing, you cannot just provide things that are beneficial for your company. So in order to do things in this domain, you have to have a level of trust. That the university sees, okay, you are a trusted partner, what you bring on the table is solid, is not marketing, it provides value to the students. But I really think, and to unlock the potential that is there, we should not only address the business functions at the companies, but also the individuals, the volunteers. I think there's a huge potential of volunteers in the companies who are willing and able to provide their knowledge to students in terms of workshops, in terms of hackathons, in other formats which can be small, guest lectures, for example. And what would be on my wish list is that there is more openness or more formats that allow volunteers from companies to include in these formats, because you will not get marketing there. You will get real experience, real knowledge from an industry perspective at a relatively low level of commitment. And I would like to push more in this direction to get a more exchange on an individual level. The only problem is this doesn't scale in the way you would like to have it, probably. Yeah. So the scalability problem is always there when it comes to personal interactions, of course. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Martin. Now, unfortunately, Ebba, Arno, the clock's against us, but 1 minute, perhaps final thoughts on either question, actually, but I think perhaps the scaling issue. Arno, would you like to go first, and then we have the last word for Ebba?
Of course. In terms of scalability, okay. So I think one way of doing it, a nice case study that I just wanted to throw in, that I've seen it work at several universities, is a business club, a membership-based club where businesses, small, medium, and large enterprises, they pay a fixed fee a year, let's say 5K, 10K, something not too big. And in exchange, they get access to the university, but they get a tailor-made approach towards the university. So they get a hand-holding, they get shown laboratory spaces that are relevant to them, they get access to academics that are relevant to their field, an understanding also of what the problems are of the external party, and inviting them into events at the university that are relevant to them. So more of a bespoke approach, like a gym membership, if you like. You go into a gym and someone takes you in and and shows you around what all the machinery is and goes like, oh, you want to lose some weight? Well, here, we get you started on a particular type of program. I think that's a really easy way to start scalability. It doesn't work when you only have 5 or 10 members, but if you grow it to, let's say, 25, 30, 40, 50 over time, then it becomes a really successful model. If you're interested in that, Karlsruhe Technology, University of Technology out in Germany is operating that, and it's really successful. But I think the most important thing is to scale things is to build multi-stakeholder partnerships and not just doing one-on-one partnerships and bringing everyone together in a conversation with a cup of coffee, some cheese and crackers, and really start thinking around, so what is a big challenge that we'd like to solve that we have also in common as stakeholders, and then build a partnership around that. We see that working quite successfully in various regions, if it's Stockholm or if it's in Amsterdam or in other places. And I think it's another way to scale your partnerships. So not just doing one-to-one relationships.
Fantastic. Okay, Ebba. It's only a minute or so, but you have the last word.
No, okay. No, I just echoing a little bit that there's so much to tap into. We have also so many examples from our innovation community, right, of innovation schemes, programs to tap into, support mechanisms, the hand-holding you mentioned, so that you don't have to go there knocking on the individual doors to see if somebody would actually open. And I think also Mr. Kovac in the previous session, he touched also about that recognition. If we do have academics who collaborate with university, who do try to answer to different sector needs, that should also be seen as a more valid step for then advancement in the academic careers. I don't know if that's already solved in your world, but I think there's a lot there to build on, and many ways where we can get closer to each other. Also another example in Malaga Tech Park, where we have our global headquarters, they have a university person directly in the management building of the science park. He's working there, that's his office every day. So he's joining all the industry meetings, the meetings with the businesses, with the startups from the technology park, and learning more about what are the different pain points so that we can answer to those problems or pressing issues of society, because we are here to solve the problems and provide innovative solutions. Time is up, I see.
It is indeed.
The clock went up again, so
okay.
we're good.
No,
we got another 45 minutes.
For another 45 minutes, unfortunately. But listen, thank you so much for your time and your insights today. I mean, I know we sort of jokingly started on a slightly negative note, but I certainly feel a lot more optimistic that there's, again, this growing consensus of good ideas, concrete cases that can be built on, and we don't just have to sit here wondering why university-industry partnerships aren't as effective or impactful as they could be. It's just we have a lot to build on, and with some smart thinking and creative ideas, we can do this better. So please join me in thanking Ebba, Arno, and Martin for all of their contributions, and it's time for us to move on to the final panel. Thank you. Thank you. Voilà. So, one more to go. It'll be a good one, though, because we're going to be talking about the challenge of embedding the entrepreneurial mindset in higher education. And we've got 3 excellent and diverse speakers to help us dig a little deeper into some of the challenges, but not just from the context of navel-gazing within a university, but also the perspective of people who are desperately looking for entrepreneurial thinking, for ideas, for investment opportunities. All right? How do we create a new way of teaching, of giving learning pathways and learning journeys for students and for staff, so that we end up with a greater entrepreneurial inclination, orientation, and mindset in Europe in the years to come? So, to join me for our final panel, I'm very pleased to welcome, in alphabetical order, Rita Anson, who's the co-founder of Nordic Ignite, the Secretary General of the Norwegian Business Angels Network, and a board member of the European Business Angels Network. To accompany her, we have Ronan Cunningham, who's the director at DCU Innovate in Dublin, and Mercè Segarra, the long-promised vice-rector from the University of Barcelona. Mercè is the vice-rector for entrepreneurship, innovation, and transfer. A warm welcome to you all. Please come and join me on the panel.
Here we are.
Now, I don't know whether you've been given assigned seats, but we have a few things to talk about in terms of how we make this ecosystem work better, how we get beyond the conventions of theory, of lectures, very conventional delivery models. What does it take to get students, staff, and the institutions thinking more entrepreneurially? And for that, I'd like to kick off with the first question. Entrepreneurial mindset is another one of these buzzwords. We talked about difficulties of definition in an earlier session, but what does that mean to you? And not least, in the context of higher education institutions, what's an entrepreneurial mindset? Yeah. Rita, why don't we go first with you?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being today here with us. What is entrepreneurial mindset for myself, coming from the investment ecosystem in the Nordics? I would say that for me is the drive needed by individuals wanting to create a change in their local communities, meaning that any entrepreneurial initiative that is created in any university, in this case, or school, is going to contribute to the change and the growth of the economy, probably, of that community. So, yeah, the drive and the change and the growth, yeah.
Okay, excellent starting point. Merce, let's get your thoughts next.
Thank you for inviting me to be here, first of all. For me, entrepreneurial mindset is not only those people that want to develop themselves by creating a new business or a new product, but it's just the way of living, thinking about solving problems, trying to ideate, create, or innovate in solving new problems with new approaches. So I'm very convinced that entrepreneurial mindset is not only outside the university, but also inside the university in trying to change the things we have in everyday lives.
Very good. Ronan.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with both. I mean, for me, it's entrepreneurs are dissatisfied with the world the way it is. And what we need to do then, when we talk about the mindset, it's probably more about the innovative mindset driving entrepreneurism. How do we give those dissatisfied people the tools? How do we create an environment where when they see something they're dissatisfied with, that they feel empowered to go and change it, and that they look at it in terms of how can they have, you know, the maximum impact with what they're doing. So it's really, I always think of it more as an innovative mindset driving entrepreneurial behavior, which we could consider to be an entrepreneurial mindset.
Okay, excellent. Complementary, but different. That's what we like on these panel discussions. So let's stick with you for a minute, Ronan, because the question about this sort of institutional capacity, it's difficult. I mean, it's not uncommon, shall we say, to go to university websites and they describe themselves as sort of powerhouses of entrepreneurship and innovation. It's really embedded in the mission. But I'm not sure that that's always true. And so the question would then be, what kind of competencies or capabilities do you think that higher education institutions or universities need to legitimately say, this is part of who we are and what we do?
No, I would agree. I think it's very easy to bandy about this concept of being innovative and entrepreneurially focused as a university, and yet are we doing all the right things that we need to in order to make that happen? I always think there's another thing around the definition of, we had somebody earlier talk about the definition of innovation. The way I look at innovation is transforming invention and ideas into something that kind of a commercial or economic or societal impact. So how do we create the conditions where universities are great birthplaces of ideas and inventions? How do we create the conditions that allows that to get out into the world more broadly? And ultimately that comes down to the universities being very honest with themselves about what can they do internally and what they need to go outside in order to get help with. So when you look at what a university can do to try and create the conditions, so, excuse me, what they do is they want to create the conditions, but it's really founders and the students who go and create the impact afterwards. internally, you want to control the things that can build the credibility as a place that can generate these ideas, that can source the entrepreneurs and give those entrepreneurs the right skills in order to start that journey. And then to recognize that the university's role in that starts to diminish and that you need external support that will essentially propel that forward. So what the universities need to do, and so, a few key things that they can do internally, is making sure that they have very, very robust processes around sourcing and identifying those entrepreneurs, to create a culture and community where they can inspire and excite people to want to look at that as a journey they want to take. And if you get a little bit more kind of practical about it, the areas that they should focus on is how do we help in the early venture building part of this? How do we help somebody understand what a venture is? What's required in order for you to get out the door? What's customer discovery? How do we find out that my idea has real value? How do I understand how to translate that into something that can have impact? Then you need processes inside that make it really easy for them to do it when they want to do it. I mean, and I think this is where a lot of universities fall down. You need to have processes that say when a spin-out wants to happen, we can very quickly form an IP package, we can get it out the door, we can do it at the pace that industry cares about, we can do it on terms and conditions that allow this to thrive when it gets out there, and not to be looking at it in terms of what can I get out of this, what's the most I can get. If an entrepreneur spends 6 months negotiating with the university on how to spin out, that's 6 months he's not building a business, So we have to bring all of this stuff together. And then externally, we need to bring in, experts in specialized areas. Let's not recreate the wheel. Let's bring them in. Partial, fractional CFOs, regulatory experts. Mentors coming in from industry is incredibly important. Universities are uniquely bad at doing that. What we need to have is building that ecosystem around them so that they can access all of this easily and quickly, and then to create an environment where people feel that there's transparency and trust and quality happening so that the ecosystem can thrive.
That's a wonderful answer. Now, don't worry, Merce, you're going to get the chance to respond to this in a couple of minutes. But, I mean, Ronan, you come at this with a pretty unusual profile to be running the kind of operations that you are within the university, 20 plus years of deep tech entrepreneurship, startup foundation, et cetera, et cetera. And so, Rita, you've been involved in this world a long time as well, but through the business angel and the investor perspective. Yep. So you're also at this interface between founders, great ideas, and these wonderful institutions where magic can happen, but without good processes, without the right competencies, it's hard. Yeah. So what would you say about the key areas, or what unions need to be able to
first of all, building on what you just said about mentors, I think that when we want higher education to have better structures, it's not only about the staff, internal staff capabilities. I think that is very relevant to invite to the picture external actors in the shape of investors, in the shape of entrepreneurs, new entrepreneurs, senior entrepreneurs, even senior industry experts. I think that they really could help new ventures in the universities to develop better with an easier journey, both when it comes to the business development or the product development, but also, and we had this talk before, when it comes to the financial path, the journey that these companies need. So then answering to your question from the side of investors and being very practical, we see in our super small investment company 50 companies every month pitching for us. How useful would be to have our expertise that is not academic, it's just hands-on in the universities. How cool it would be that if the companies that are spin-offs in the incubators of the universities, they could have not only help with business development, but also help with investment readiness, meaning they have built the company in a clear path and a clear journey that leads them to scale with investment. So yeah, this is just some thoughts.
Great. We're going to come back to one or two of these points in a few minutes. But Merce, does this all sound quite familiar to you? I mean, are these some of the challenges that you're trying to solve in terms of how to position the University of Barcelona as one of these powerhouses that can really connect the different parts of the research or the idea valorization process.
Yeah, I will go one step before. So in our case, we have to convince our researchers in being entrepreneurs. So it's not usual that a professor that is a civil servant, that is because we are a public university, a big one, that wants to be creative and to put the product he's developing into the market. This is the first step we have, and the first challenge is to convince the researcher that before publishing the results, he must study if it's possible to protect it. So intellectual property is a big challenge here. And also, if it can be protected, you can make a spin-out, or a spin-off, how you say. But apart from that, convincing the researcher, we have a structure, an internal structure that helps these people that wants to be entrepreneur into converting the property, the intellectual property, into a company, for example. And we also have a lot of specialists in protecting the intellectual developments, also for financial things. But as he said, it took a lot of time, so it's not possible to obtain all the things in less than 6 months or 4 months, between 4 and 6 months. And on the other hand, what we recommend is that the professor that has developed the invention must remain as a researcher. So all the Cs, the CTO, the CEO, the COO, or the CEO, whatever, should be professionals. Should be people well-oriented in the research or in the main product is developed, but also experts in business, experts in financial things and whatever, because the researcher is doing research.
So I'm going to build on that and then sort of bridge into the next question and bring it back to Rita and then to Ronan. There's been a trend, I would suggest, I'm not saying it's a dominant narrative, but this idea that we must do more to make researchers more entrepreneurial, right? And we need modules in PhD programs, and they must be exposed to entrepreneurship teaching at an earlier stage. But they say researchers are researchers. Is the real opportunity about connecting very good young researchers with other people from business faculties or management or others who say, oh, great idea, we could do something with that, rather than requiring scientists to think of that themselves? Then is that part of the way that you're trying to build this up in Barcelona?
You can imagine that at University of Barcelona we have 3,000 lecturers, professors, researchers in the end. And so we are very few people to manage all this knowledge. But we have the possibility to help our researchers in looking for other ways of looking at the same problem. No? So that's one of the ideas of being innovative, is that you put in the same place people from business school, people from chemistry faculty, or people from social science. And then have to look at the same problem from the different points of view. So we are doing that with our students. Because we have an Institute for Entrepreneurship, which is called StartUB, in which we try to implement as co-working spaces for all our students because we have 7 campuses. And we try to put all together from the different faculties and work together as they will work in the end when they are in the real life. So not all the physics will be working with physics, but they will be working with people from law, people from business, people from biology. So that's the idea, to be more innovative and to help our students to be more entrepreneurs.
Fantastic. Okay, Rita, putting your investor hat on, is that a more attractive proposition? Right? If you're coming into that university space and you see people who are doing the advanced thinking, the ideas, the science, but then also people who are complementing that from other disciplines?
Yeah, I think that cross-sectorial inside the same universities is main. But let's not forget two things to ignite the entrepreneurial mindset in students. One is to give them the approach that failing is not bad. The best entrepreneur, when they pitch for us, is the one that has failed and has recreated a new venture. So this is a sign of resilience. So take risk is something that the students should have in mind when they want to become entrepreneurs. Besides that, as you were saying, or as Merce was saying, the cross-sectorial is main to have several disciplines and several different types of skills and knowledge that create ventures is something super important. But I will not forget the soft skills. And soft skill is something that, every one of us, we have soft skills, but not every one of us has every soft skill. So how the curriculum on the universities or high school even, or basic school, primary schools, would have that soft skills that give students the possibility to have critical thinking, that have the possibility to give students thinking about failing in ventures is not bad, it's something that makes them learn. So yeah, I would think also about how the formal education and the formal curriculum could include that part.
So before we come to you, Ronan, I have a couple of questions about how we teach this. But Ronan also mentioned this idea that the need to really have a clear understanding of the external expertise that you can bring. Is it also the role of investors or angel investors to be able to mobilize these kinds of profiles? You know, the serial entrepreneurs who failed and failed and failed and then hit it big, right? Or the people who have been through the journey for 20 years and are just looking for the next good investment idea or opportunity. Is that something that you think the business angel networks can bring, or does it need to be sourced from somewhere else?
Yeah, well, actually, especially in the North Atlantic, we are trying to create a lot of awareness on individuals to be a business angel. Why? Because that business angel is not bringing only money to your company. It's not just capital. They are bringing a huge network. Many times they are bringing a seniority and a specialization in the industry. And also, they are going to bring you maybe customers and partners. So imagine that power of business angels that really want to invest in new ventures, working very, very close and tight with incubators at the universities. I think that it would be perfect, especially in public university and in private also, but yeah, of course.
So again, one imagines this is happening in plenty of places, but without a great deal of knowledge sharing about how it really works in practice between them. Okay, so let's switch tack a little bit. Ronan, how do we teach this? Right. I say that because, again, similar to the research, entrepreneurial researcher paradigm, we have the entrepreneurial student, but I went through business school and taking a few entrepreneurship modules didn't really set me on that particular path. Yeah. How do you think about this from a learning journey in DCU or elsewhere?
Yeah, DCU does some very interesting things, and one of the things that they've done is they have a program called DCU Futures, which is a reimagining of how you teach. And as part of that, it's a very large initiative. And as part of that, they were trying, what they really became focused on was transversal skills being baked into every single module. So what they do is they have innovation and entrepreneurship modules baked into every single course at DCU. And I look at that and go, that's great. So you can create a bit of curiosity. But you used the phrase earlier, Simon, that's it teaching you to know that. We have to now move from knowing that to knowing how. And what you do need to do then is you need to layer in a very practical extracurricular set of supports so that people who get curious, number one, have a place to go to that's outside of their courses. And then you have to create a community around that, and that has to be largely student-led as well. So what you want to do is bringing in, we talked about internal and external skills, but bringing in external people to run everything. doesn't quite get you there. You need to create the enthusiasm amongst the students to see their friends achieving this and that they want to take a hold of this and that you help curate that. On the other side of that, when you start getting into researchers, how do you teach this? The approach that we've taken is, going to comment earlier, researchers are researchers. When we're trying to turn researchers into entrepreneurs, are they already in their early stage research career where their mindset is already locked in? How do you change that? You have to start very, very early. But now we're looking at transformations that happen over decades. Right? So we start teaching them, giving them those practical tools the day they arrive into college. What we've done is there's a very fantastic program run by Enterprise Ireland called the Commercialisation Fund. And the Commercialisation Fund was to accelerate research out of universities into businesses in Ireland. And originally it was set up, we're going to fund these researchers for 2 years to go and build an MVP of their technology and to do commercial validation of what it is, and then they will be an investable spin-out at the end of 2 years, and they can do that within the security of the university with all of its fantastic research tools. And it had mixed success. And part of it is that, a lot of those guys are already quite along in their journey, and turning them into entrepreneurs is really difficult. So how do you teach them? Well, what we did is we flipped it on its head. Instead of finding great researchers with great ideas that we want to commercialize, let's go out and find, experienced entrepreneurs. They may have had one successful exit or they may have had a couple of failures who are looking for the next thing, but they don't have the deep tech background that they need in order to deliver on it. So they come in with the business idea. They then work with the research teams to build that out, and they can actually find who's their CTO and who's going to build this. And they learn from this commercial expert who is an employee of the university in the labs that they're working in for the 2 years of the program. And then we spin those out. And what we've found is that when you bring them in, you have a much higher chance of success. You also get a lot more interest from the researchers in how do I apply for that commercialization funding? And how then do I learn how to do that? So I think there's a lot we have to change, but it really does come down to that very, very practical, pointy end of the stick that we have to figure out how to do properly.
Excellent, thank you. So Merce, you get the chance to answer this as well, but I'm going to add another layer on top, which is the leadership question. We've heard in some of the discussions this afternoon that institutional change is a time-consuming process. It doesn't happen when you wave a magic wand and then all of a sudden everybody buys into a new vision for the institution. So any comments you have on Barcelona's approach to creating this entrepreneurial learning environment, but then how do you also persuade leadership teams to say, this is the journey we should be on collectively?
Yeah, we are now in Catalonia, we are 12 universities. Some of them are private, and most of them are public. And we have constituted a network for university entrepreneurship. It started from bottom to top. I mean, people that was working in different chairs or related to entrepreneurship started to work together. But it was 10 years ago. And now we have constituted this network in which we share best practices, of course, between all the universities. We try to make some hackathons and some activities in which we share all our knowledge with all the universities, and also try to push our students in converting the results in, for example, for the PhD students, we have a program that is called From Science to Market, in which we have between 20 and 30 students in a program that lasts, I think it's 70 hours or something like that, in trying to translate the results from the PhD thesis into market, in the form of a product, in the form of a company, or whatever. And for this program, we have had 7 or 8 spin-outs in the last 4 years. So it's a very small program, but all the universities in Catalonia are aligned in doing this kind of things that help us to follow the path through innovation. So
And as a collaborative effort, I mean, I think that's one of the other things to really underline. It's
collaborative, and also
platform.
it's also we have the help of our Catalan government, not a big one. The budget is not so big, but that helps us to go on and to think that we are on the right path.
Okay. Rita, I'm curious, and we're going to give you the chance to ask some questions in a couple of minutes. So again, mental wheels, start turning. Do universities come and knock on your door? Do you have to go and knock on others?
Yes,
I mean, but I wonder what those lines of communication are like. Is there enough of that sort of outward-looking interest to say, let's go and find people like the business angels to come into our space?
We would like more universities to knock on our door. But the thing we were commenting also before with some attendees, that we are not formal educators. We try to teach or to transfer knowledge from practicalities. So that means because we do training activities both for entrepreneurs on how to get ready for investments or for new investors that want to learn, we are not doing a masterclass. So we understand that if we go to a university, maybe our methodology is going to be a little bit like too much street smart based on, But of course, we would love to imagine how the university incubators could be a magnet for investors if we could have a deeper look in the cases that every day are spinning out from the preparation. So yes, let's do that. Let's put more investors inside the universities, even if we are not formal educators.
Like the Matrix.
Yeah, kind of.
Slightly fewer green numbers on the screen. But okay, so one more question to Ronan and to Mercé, and then we turn to the audience. What about the universities themselves as investors? Right? Because it is one of the systemic inefficiencies in Europe that for various constitutional or statutory reasons there are roadblocks or there are limitations on the role that, well, universities, RTOs, I mean, other labs and so on, can take in being partners in that entrepreneurial journey. Yeah. Now, I think in Ireland it's reasonably flexible. In Catalonia, I'm not so sure. But do you see higher education institutes becoming investors as well as stewards of
Yeah, I think it very much depends on where you are. There's some universities make it work really, really well. You've got Oxford and Cambridge. In Ireland, funding is a little bit more constrained. There is a university fund, a university bridge fund run by Atlantic Bridge, where a number of the universities and external LPs can invest into it. But what they're looking for specifically is, can they be the first money in spin-outs from the universities? Personally, I'm not a massive fan of the universities investing because I think you create a huge moral hazard as you're trying to train students and researchers into becoming entrepreneurs. Where do you start to put your bets when you know you're going to put more money into them when they come out? How does that shift your bias, and how does that leave certain people to the side? So we have to be very careful. And what does that happen with professors? You know, if a professor is an inventor and he's looking at, oh, I do actually get some income from the licensed IP here, and I think the university is going to invest in him. So, he might not be the brightest guy in the class, but I'd love to see him get his PhD quickly and get out the door. So there's this massive moral hazard in my mind that creeps into that we want to try and avoid. What we do need to do is create an environment where the students and the researchers and the spin-out founders, there's enough collision points with investors that we bring into the university. I think that's a much stronger way to do it, and with mentors. So I always look at it, it's the Brownian motion analogy. The first thing we need to do is we need to create a box where these collisions can happen, and then we need to feed that box. We need to feed the box with energy to build the temperature of what's inside. And we can do that with more students and more researchers being in the box, more molecules, and that we can have more investors and more mentors. And if we do that, you can build an ecosystem where it's known to be a creation point, that it has enough thermodynamic energy to birth new ideas, and then more investors and more mentors will come in. I think we need to, there needs to be somewhat a hands-off and an approach I would take, a hand introduction between a student and an investor, I don't think we should be doing. We should be giving them a list and go, here are 20 investors that we know that have invested in companies from here. You go and you make the calls. So it's a tricky question. It works really well in some places like Cambridge and Oxford. Personally, I'm not bought into it yet.
Okay, but I'm now getting a mental image of universities as sort of entrepreneurship colliders. Exactly, just fire them at each other and see what happens. Merci, just 1 minute. Any immediate thoughts or reactions on this question of the role of the university as being more actively involved in the commercialization pathway?
Yeah, from the point of view of a public university, we are not focused on creating new ventures or new companies. Our focus are on the students and on the research and the knowledge itself. So we help people to develop themselves in terms of knowledge and studies and whatever. But I think our university must not be involved in inverting, in having shares. We have some shares in our spin-offs, but only in the very beginning, the preceding, and a very, just to help our researchers in being on the pathway. No? In any case, I think that as university, we have to collaborate with all our environment, with all the system we have, and with business angels, with our investors, for example. We make inside this network of universities, entrepreneurships, we have a forum of investors for our students' projects. So we develop this kind of activities. But we need somebody outside pulling up our ideas also. So.
Yeah, and when we talked before the conference, you also mentioned the importance of the Catalan Gobernidad and the signals that they send for what they want from the community. Okay, any questions, bright ideas, recommendations about embedding entrepreneurial mindsets in higher education? Is there anybody who'd like to ask a question or a challenge to the panel? Anybody? Okay, so we have one down at the front. I think it's Tanya again. And actually, so first question at the front, second question in the middle. Tanya.
Thank you. My name is Tanya van den Berg. I'm from Leiden University of Applied Sciences. And I was wondering, what role do you see for the universities of applied sciences here? Because you are talking about universities, research universities, and business, but there are universities of applied sciences who have a huge network, work together with the businesses, but they are struggling to be sort of recognized by the universities as adding to research and impact on the regions. And you also have the vocational, the MBOs in the Netherlands. I don't know, the vocational training schools. So if you work together as educational institutions, I presume that would help as well. But I would like to hear your experiences or your thoughts about it.
Okay, excellent question. Thank you, Tanya. Now we have the second one. Young lady in the middle, if you just introduce yourself.
Yes, hi, and thanks for the engaging discussion. And I'm so happy to see Rita from Norway. I'm also from Norway. Knock the door later on. And from university perspective. The thing is, what we observe in university over the past 10 years, I would say, is less engagement from students to be entrepreneur. And this is a challenge. We provide all the facilities they need and they ask, but we see less and less interest from students to be entrepreneur. We understand the average age of entrepreneurs is 40. There are 5 years, survival time for being an entrepreneur. But what advice you can provide to engage more students to be entrepreneur or develop innovative idea? We have bright students, super talented, but they rather to go to the job market right after the graduation. Thank you.
Okay, two great questions. Did I see a third hand? Was there another one raised? No, I don't think so. Okay, so actually I'm not going to spread these around because I think you may all have something to say on this. So question number one, the role of different higher education institutions, applied sciences, and so on. How do we break out of the thinking that this is just about the research universities? Who'd like to go first on that? Merci, perhaps?
Yes, I can say something about that, because our university is generalist. So we have from social studies, biology, science, experimental science, medicine, we have nursery, we have history, geography, and we try to help all our researchers in the same manner. So sometimes we find that it's quite difficult to have a professor for education to be entrepreneur. But we have reached one startup. Okay, we have one startup that is devoted to the design of classrooms. So there is the possibility to implement entrepreneurship mindset everywhere. So for me, I cannot differentiate between polytechnic universities, applied science universities, social science universities, business schools. Of course, business schools have inside their mindset the development of new companies. But for a generalist university, I think we can obtain similar results.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps Ronan next. Do you see any differences or specificities about the different profile of higher education institutions, or is this really just sort of an institutional leadership choice? Right? This is what we want to try and achieve, how we want to define ourselves, whether that's applied science, vocation, or other.
I actually, to me, I don't see the distinction between them. If I'm looking at applied sciences versus, research can often be so early TRL that the amount of time and years of investment to take it forward into the marketplace is incredible. But I do think it does come down to, what this approach is really, the innovative mindset and the entrepreneurial mindset, and how do you build this does start as a leadership function before it becomes part of the culture. And getting buy-in at the C-suite level is really, really important. I've been very lucky where I went, in that it didn't take all that much to convince the executive of the university that this needed to be done. And DCU is actually quite an unusual demographic. If you compare the demographic between what is, let's say STEM, or looking at life sciences, engineering and physical sciences, versus what we have in humanities and social sciences, it's only about 25 to 30% of DCU is in the STEM side. But they're very, very successful at spinning out businesses. I have a president who mentions innovation and entrepreneurship at every single public speech he gives. I asked him to do that, and he did, which is great. When he sets that, it sends a huge message out to people. And what we're looking at is people from right across the spectrum. We have a huge institute of education. We have huge interest from them in how do I go and build a business and build an opportunity, just like the STEM side is. So I don't think it's research specific. I think part of my job is focusing on how do I migrate more of that out. But I think if you have the right leadership and the buy-in, that it can be, it doesn't matter what kind of institute you're in.
Super. We've got 5 minutes left and one more question, and it's around the possible trends, or at least the perception that for whatever reason or factors, young students are less engaged with the idea of an entrepreneurial journey aligned with their studies. So any advice or tips on how we might reverse that change? Or if you even agree that this is what you see inside your own organization?
Let me say something about the engagement of the students, because we have seen it today. They are not so engaged not only in entrepreneurship, but in everything. I mean, this change in the generation we have now, our students, they don't come to class. They are not in person in classroom. They don't want to work so much as before. And we have really a big problem in most of our universities, at least in public ones. I don't know in the private, because you pay a lot for being in classroom, but not in public ones. And so that is the same. So they are not engaged in learning. They are not engaged in entrepreneurship. They are not engaged at all. And I don't know how to address that. It's a question that we have talked about a lot. because we have to change the mindset. And it is related with what you said at the beginning of this afternoon session, in which we are not teaching more master degrees. Well, this is out of context. I mean, we have to readdress the teaching we are doing. We have to prepare our micro-credentials, this kind of teaching more focused on the job, on the professional applications, or whatever. So I think it's one way to engage the students in studying.
Yep.
And afterwards, they will be engaged in being entrepreneurs.
Okay, very good, merci. Rita, an ultimate thought
I
from
have
you.
the answer.
Is it so briefly, is it a trend that you also sense or observe materially?
Well, we don't work directly with young students or so on. But anyway, I would say that maybe a way to engage, and we have seen this in the gender lens when we talk about women and entrepreneurs. One way to engage is to have more role models, one. Second is to have a safe space where you can fail, where you can try, where you can maybe create a venture and then go, nuts or whatever. But also, I would say that beside role models and to have a safe space, to have a real physical space. So 2 days ago in Oslo, BI Business School has created something called the Village, in which it's just a physical space where every student, whatever they are in business, well, it's a business school, but whatever, they can just sit there. And we, as business angels, we have offered to sit there, like is regularly our office, and be open to receive questions, to comment, to engage, to network. So maybe this youth that is so unengaged and so frustrated and maybe so no inspired needs a little bit more or inspiration from successful entrepreneurs, from, I don't know, someone that really put on their mind something to build on, maybe.
Very good. Maybe.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Maybe. We don't know.
Okay, Ronan, you can also see the red clock ticking. You've mentioned student leadership and empowering students to also be a source of inspiration and support for each other. Are there any other hot tips or tricks that you could recommend in terms of increasing the appetite?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that we found, we just did a big strategic analysis trying to figure out how we're going to build out real student entrepreneurship capability at the university. And something that came across, and it kind of links into the last question, is the difference between people feeling that do they have permission to do this? And how do we shift that to feeling entitlement, that I am entitled to have this? And part of what we want to do there is how do we create that culture that this is not something you need to ask for permission. This is something you should be entitled to. And again, it starts at the top, Simon. We have the entire executive of the university have baked in, if you look at the, DC have a lovely phrase for their strategy. It's a strategy for an unscripted future. Okay.
An unscripted future.
Yes, they could not have come up with a better title given where the world is going. But in that, there's 4 key drivers of how they're going to achieve their strategy. And one of those is that innovation, creativity, and enterprise is buried into everything that the university does. It is on their website. It's the first thing you see. It is there. It is discussed at every single town hall meeting. It is highlighted as something we all have to adopt. I think that can help create the right conditions, and that underlying over time we will see the culture shift towards that. But it's in the language and it's starting at the top. They set the permission. Okay, they're giving you permission. Now go and feel entitled to it.
Great point on which to finish. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our philosophical/existential content-based part of this afternoon's program. We're going to transition now to closing remarks and the EIT HEI strategic outlook. But before we do, please join me in thanking Rita, Ronan, and Mercé for being with us this afternoon and sharing all of their thoughts and expertise.
Thank you.
Okay. So, I will now invite Jennifer to return to the stage and to bridge into the closing session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Simon, for doing the heavy lifting this afternoon. 3 back-to-back panels. It's not an easy task, especially when the content is as meaty as it was this afternoon. But some really interesting discussions had. I hope everyone here, and especially those joining us online right through the day, found a lot to take away from it. As Simon mentioned, we're going to go now to final closing remarks, and to bring it all together and really leave us with a sense of optimism, I presume, and a sense of motivation, please welcome to the stage Ilaria Taiavini, EIT Head of Operations, Innovation, Education and Communication.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I will be brief, I promise. Also because I do not have any notes, as you can see, so this is usually a very good sign. Now, let me first start by giving you my deepest, really, gratitude to all of you, to all the participants to these wonderful 2 days with their very active contribution, to all the speakers with their very insightful speeches, but also to the EIT community as a whole for the great effort in putting this event together, but also in the constant commitment in shaping the future of European skills and education. Now, since my brain will still support me, I would like to share with you a few takeaways, a few reflections of the past 2 days. And I do believe that in these 2 days, we have collectively demonstrated 3 crucial facts. The first one is about the EIT standing as the skills and education powerhouse of Europe. And why is that? Because the EIT is the best positioned to bring together the 3 key players of the knowledge triangle: universities, businesses, and research. And the knowledge triangle is the key, a crucial element to make innovation happen. The second takeaway for me is the fact that the EIT is delivering on policy priorities. We have, I believe, demonstrated in the past 2 days the great achievements so far of some of the most important flagship programs that the EIT runs, but also the ambitious objectives that we have for the future. Let me remind you, even if it has been said several times, that we have trained so far 1.3 million European citizens throughout our programs, and we have the objective of training another 2 million by 2028. In the past 2 days, we have walked you through a journey through the 4 key flagship initiatives of the EIT in education, telling you about this journey that represents also the long life learning process, because education doesn't stop anymore at a phase of our life. It's a process that goes on throughout our life. And the EIT provides and wants to equip Europeans with a full coordinated portfolio of education programs that are able to cover all these needs, starting from school age through higher education until professional learnings. And we do this, you have seen, let me briefly recall the 4 flagship programs starting from Girls Go Circular, now becoming Girls Go STEM. And the wonderful work, we have seen the energy this morning of these wonderful girls that are really learning about entrepreneurial skills together with technical skills, scientific skills in STEM. And then we have seen the higher education initiative. So how we as EIT build innovation capacity into higher education institutions. And last but not least, we have seen also DTTI talking about upskilling and reskilling professionals. We have seen DTTI, Deep Tech Talent Initiative, now to become the STEM Tech Talent Induction, and the Skills Academies, dedicated to upskill and reskill workforce in key critical sectors for Europe competitiveness. And we do have a mandate here, a clear mission here, to fulfill the ambitious objectives of the Union of Skills and of the Startup and Scale-up strategy. And we are fully committed to that. And as a last point, I think we have also reaffirmed a fundamental truth, which is there is no innovation without education. And I would even say there is no innovation without entrepreneurial education. And this is exactly the key differentiating element of EIT education. Entrepreneurial skills, entrepreneurial mindset is at the heart of everything we do, is the lifeblood of the EIT education. Because this is what enables our learners to be able to create startups, to create spin-offs, to generate innovative ideas. And at the end of the day is also what fuels the innovation pipeline of Europe. And we need to keep it alive. So, all in all, I would say it has been 2 inspiring 2 days. I thank once again all of you, especially the survivors in this room, and I will see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Ilaria, for closing out what has been an excellent 2 days of conversation, collaboration, and looking ahead to the future with optimism. We heard at the opening yesterday from the Commissioner a really high bar in what we want to achieve going forward. And I think the discussion through the EIT Skills Academy, the Deep Tech Talent Initiative, the STEM Tech Talent that we heard about, the Women and Girls in STEM that we heard so much energy from this morning, and this afternoon's discussions on the EIT Higher Education Initiative promise to deliver on that. So hopefully we can continue the great discussions we've had here in Brussels and of course online into the future and really help drive and be the engine behind those aspirations. I would encourage you all to try and share on social media your thoughts, try and keep the conversation going beyond the walls today, and of course that particularly applies to those joining online, but make your colleagues jealous that they weren't here for these great sessions that we had. The EIT Education and Skills Days are also part, of course, of the broader calendar of community-led engagement in Brussels this October. So I want to highlight some of the dynamic education and initiative ecosystem events that EIT fosters. That includes the EIT Alumni Connect 2025 event that's happening tomorrow, and of course the EIT EdTech Conference 2025 that takes place on the 30th of October. If you don't already know about them, go online and find out, because of course every voice added to this message and to this discussion counts and really goes somewhere. So that's it for our great 2-day event. Thank you all so much for your engagement, your enthusiasm and your questions. Have a great day and stay focused.